Good morning. The Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance meeting of June 15th, 2023 is hereby called to order. Can you hear me? Let's get some more volume, media, please. Thank you. Okay, thank you for that. So let me say it again. The Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finances meeting for June 15, 2023 is hereby called to order. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. So this morning we have the Office of the Governor. And of course, when we came into the chambers, we had to make a little joke. We had to ask if the government stopped because we actually have the pleasure of the Governor's Chief of Staff making the presentation today. So good morning. We're going to allow my colleagues to get into the chambers. So I'm not going to do the roll call, but what I am going to do is ask for the Madam Clerk to read today's agenda into the record.
The Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance will meet on Thursday, June 15, 2023 at 9 a.m. in the Earl B. Attlee Legislative Hall to receive testimonies on the proposed fiscal year 2024 executive budget for the Government of the Virgin Islands of the United States. Block 1, Office of the Governor. Invited testifier, Mr. Carl Knight, Chief of Staff, Office of the Governor. Block 2, Office of the Lieutenant Governor. Invited testifier, Ms. Monica Williams-Caban, Chief of Staff, Office of the Lieutenant Governor. That concludes the reading of the agenda, Madam Chair.
Are you completed? All right, so I'm going to ask the Office of the Governor's representatives to please put their name and title on the record. And we're going to start with the Chief of Staff.
Good morning, Carl Knight, Chief of Staff.
Good morning, Kevin Rodriguez, Deputy Chief of Staff.
Good morning, Joycelyn Durant, Director of Business and Administration.
Good morning, Tony Manuel, Office of Gun Violence Prevention.
Thank you. And you may proceed with your testimony, Mr. Knight.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Honorable Senator Donna Fred Gregory, other members of the Committee on Finance, other senators of the 35th Legislature, to the wonderful legislative staff, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Carl Knight, Chief of Staff to Governor Albert Bryan, Jr., and I am pleased to appear before you today in support of the Governor's recommendation for the fiscal year 2024 and 2025 budgets for the Office of the Governor. Accompanying me today are the Governor's Deputy Chief of Staff, Kevin Rodriguez, the Director of Business and Administration, Joycelyn Durant, the Director of the Office of Gun Violence Prevention, Antonio Emmanuel, and not here this morning is the Director of the Office of Health Information Technology, Ms. Michelle Francis. She is right now conducting her second annual Health Information Technology Summit at the Antilles School, and so she could not be here with us this morning. The fundamental statutes from which the Governor derives his authority are embodied in the Revised Organic Act of 1954, U.S. Public Law 90-490, also known as the Elective Governors Act, and Titles 2 and 3 of the Virgin Islands Code. This legal framework grants the Office of the Governor significant responsibility. To include, the Governor shall have general supervision and control of all departments, bureaus, agencies, and other instrumentalities of the executive branch of the Government of the Virgin Islands. He is also to direct government operations by developing appropriate policies and procedures. The Office of the Governor is the instrument through which the Governor fulfills these lawful mandates. The office provides guidance, direction, and support to the Governor's Cabinet, It manages the voluminous flow of correspondence, telephone calls, emails, and other communications resulting from constituent service requests. It screens and vets for citizens for service on boards and commissions and appointments to public offices. It serves as a conduit for providing information on critical matters to the public through a variety of media platforms. The Office of the Governor also directly administers the Bureau of Economic Research, the Office of Gun Violence Prevention, and the Office of Health Information Technology. As we enter fiscal year 2024, Governor Bryan has a few specific areas of focus: restoring fiscal solvency and operational stability to the Water and Power Authority, building housing capacity and increasing home ownership opportunities, addressing the proliferation of abandoned and derelict properties in our neighborhoods and towns, completing appointments to the critical boards and commissions, facilitating private sector economic growth, and continuing the territory's progress in recovering from the effects of Hurricanes Irma and Maria, as well as from the COVID-19 pandemic. Today, we will highlight the major components of the Governor's fiscal year 2024 budget requests. The financial resources requested are required to fund our mandatory costs and planned initiatives for the central operations of the Office of the Governor, the Bureau of Economic Research, the Office of Gun Violence Prevention, and the Office of Health Information Technology. The Office of the Governor's fiscal year 2024 general fund budget of $10,440,023 includes $9,418,875 of funding for the Office of the Governor, $725,159 for the Bureau of Economic Research, $295,989 for the Office of Gun Violence. Additionally, $1,135,000 is requested for miscellaneous special activities, and $300,000 is requested from the Tourism Revolving Fund, giving us a total fiscal year 2024 funding request of $11,875,023. The charts below provide a detailed breakdown of the Office of the Governor's fiscal year 2024 general fund budget requests. For fiscal year 2024, personnel services are estimated to be $5,309,390, which represents a 50.9% of the proposed budget. Those personnel costs are for 79 full-time positions and 8 vacant positions, funded at 50% by the general fund. The positions are distributed as follows. The Government House on St. Thomas has 36 employees. The Battery on St. John has 5 employees. Government House on St. Croix has 31 employees. The Bureau of Economic Research has 4 employees. The Office of Gun Violence has 3 filled positions, and we recently filled a 4th position there. The Office of the Governor has 5 funded vacancies territory-wide, and the Bureau of Economic Research has 2 funded vacancies in addition to the recently vacated directorship. So a total of 3 vacancies in the Bureau of Economic Research. These are the dedicated professionals that carry out the mission of the Governor's office on a daily basis. Fringe benefits, employee fringe benefits account for $2,327,733, which is 22.3% of our overall budget, amounting to 44% of the personnel costs. Fringe benefits cover employers' retirement contributions, workers' compensation premiums, Social Security contributions, or FICA, Medicare, and health insurance premiums. The request of $404,300 for supplies will fund the purchase of operating, maintenance, and consumable office supplies, food and catering services, and minor tools and office equipment. As for other services, the budget category described as other services and charges amounts to $1,834,600, or 17.5% of our budget. Those projected expenditures are broken down as follows. $149,000 for the repair and maintenance of equipment and automotive repairs based on our traditional expenditures, building repairs, landscaping, exterminating services, etc. $230,000 is for the rental of our Washington, D.C. office as well as our local office space in Estate Carlton, rental costs of copiers, postage, and other equipment. $530,000 for routine monthly professional service contracts, for security services and annual activities that were previously budgeted in the miscellaneous section. $25,100 is for the printing and binding of documents and transportation expenses. $433,500 is for our monthly communications costs, such as telephone lines, internet, conference call lines, advertising and promotion. I don't think we have T1 lines anymore. $374,500 is for our inter- and off-island travel expenses, the purchase of bulk tickets, cash advances to facilitate training initiatives and the governor's travel. $92,500 for all miscellaneous items not otherwise classified in the ERP system, such as bank charges, community events, and other initiatives as requested by the governor. Our utility budget request of $489,000 will provide for electricity and water consumption. The expenditure of these funds will be managed through the single-payer utility fund at the Department of Finance. And finally, our capital outlay, our capital budget request of $75,000 will provide for the replacement costs of office equipment for the Office of the Governor, most notably desktops and other computing equipment. An analysis of the Office of the Governor's Central Fund, General Fund distribution trends to include 2022 actual expenditures, 2023 adjusted appropriation, and the 2024 and 2025 recommendations are shown in the attached table. Miscellaneous activities. $1,135,000 is requested in the FY 2024 budget to cover expenses for miscellaneous annual activities and events to include the USVI British Virgin Islands Friendship Day, USVI Puerto Rico Friendship Day, activities in both districts, Emancipation Day activities, the Government Access Channel, the Office of Health Information Technology, the Office of Health Information Technology, the Office of Gun Violence Prevention, VIVIS, and the chart below breaks down those activities. The Bureau of Economic Research, the governor's budget proposal for the Bureau of Economic Research of $1,025,159 includes $725,159 from the general fund and $300,000 from the tourism revolving fund. The Bureau of Economic Research mission is to serve as the territory's leading generator and source of quality data that promotes a better understanding of the Virgin Islands economy. To that end, BER provides objective research, data, and statistics in support of planning and evidence-based decision-making by both the federal and local government leaders, as well as the private sector. BER produces statistics on critical issues such as economic growth, tourism performance, price changes in the economy, and business and economic development. The Office of Gun Violence Prevention, the governor's budget proposal for the Office of Gun Violence Prevention of $520,989 includes $295,989 from the general fund and $225,000 from the miscellaneous appropriation. The Office of Gun Violence Prevention was established by Act number 8423. The office was established to create strategies to reduce gun violence incidents in the territory. The budget proposal of $295,989 from the general fund will cover staffing for the office in the upcoming fiscal year. The Office of Gun Violence Prevention is a territorial office that requires personnel to be readily available in both districts. The enacting legislation called for a staffing level of 13. However, we have continued to staff the office in increments with the intent to increase to the specific requests as the need presents based on the progress of the program. The Office of Health Information Technology currently operates solely within the Office of the Governor's General Fund, with an additional $250,000 appropriated in miscellaneous funds. The Office of Health Information Technology's goal is to serve as a nucleus for innovative and transformative health information technology resources and solutions across the USVI in order to improve health and wellness of Virgin Islanders. Additionally, its initiative is to enhance the quality of health care choices and resources available to Virgin Islanders while coordinating and guiding an aligned strategic approach to health information technology across public and private partners in the U.S. Virgin Islands. This office serves as a resource to the entire healthcare system to support the adoption of health information technology and for the promotion of territory-wide standards-based health information exchange to improve healthcare. The Office of the ADA Coordinator serves to educate Virgin Islanders on the guidelines of the Americans with Disabilities Act and advocates for full civil rights of both locals and visitors by disabilities through promoting equal opportunity, economic empowerment, independent living, and political participation. The office has continued to make significant progress on several key initiatives from this past fiscal year. They have created the GVI Employee Reasonable Accommodation Form, created the GVI Facility Accessibility Checklist, and assisted in the creation and implementation of VITEMA's disability integration legislation, initiated the Accessible Beach Initiative on both St. Thomas and St. Croix, which allows persons with mobility challenges to smoothly traverse into our beach waters, coordinated the annual territorial disaster preparedness outreach for seniors and individuals with disabilities, ensuring the accessibility of the new Vendors Plaza. They have implemented video remote interpreting communication systems, which has been found to be very valuable to several departments, including VITEMA, Department of Health, and soon will be available at the Virgin Islands Police Department as well as Department of Human Services. In the upcoming fiscal year, the ADA coordinator intends to complete several ongoing projects, including the establishment of provisions for persons with disabilities at our island's festival celebrations. In conclusion, as we have done for the last 3 fiscal years, we have worked with our Office of Management and Budget to not only include a proposed budget for the upcoming fiscal year, 2024, but we have also included a projected budget for the following fiscal year, 2025. We understand your stated position that the law does not currently allow for the adoption of a biannual budget. However, we also understand the benefits of conducting fiscal planning on a 2-year cycle. If it is the desire of this body to pursue the adoption of a biennial budget plan, the Office of the Governor stands prepared to assist in facilitating that process. As the administration enters its 2nd term, Governor Bryan is firmly committed to the pursuit of a stronger economy, building a stronger infrastructure, and developing stronger families. The resources contained in this executive budget request will greatly assist us all in realizing that vision. The Governor has assembled an awesome team to help execute that mission, and I thank the wonderful men and women within our office that provide daily examples of true public service. We look forward to the continued collaboration with the 35th Legislature as we lead the territory towards greater prosperity. On behalf of Governor Albert Bryan Jr., I thank you, Madam Chair, and the members of the Finance Committee, the other senators present, for the opportunity to discuss our budget priorities for the upcoming fiscal year. We are happy to answer your questions at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Knight. And we are going to proceed, colleagues. However, of course, before we proceed, we need to take the roll call. So, Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Senator Marvin Blyden. Senator Blyden absent. Senator Samuel Carrion. Here. Senator Carrion present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff absent. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca absent. Senator Donna Fred Gregory. Here. Senator Novelli Francis Jr. Here. Senator Francis present. Senator Javini James Sr. Here. Senator James present.
Madam Chair, is 4 present and 3 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So we're going to proceed. Do we have any correspondence to be read into the record?
Yes, Madam Chair.
You may proceed.
Letter dated June 15th, 2023. The Honorable Donna Fred Gregory, Senator, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, Chairperson, Capitol Building, Charlotte Amalie, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, 00802. Dear Chairperson Fred Gregory, please be advised that I will be out of the territory from June 12th through the 15th, 2023, to attend the National Accreditation for Hospitals NABH annual meeting. This conference represents an annual meeting of behavioral health professionals from the nation's largest hospitals and facilities. It will include days of in-depth policy discussions with many sessions to choose from, industry keynote speakers, and plenty of opportunities to network and collaborate. Therefore, as the chairman of the Committee of Health, Hospitals, and Human Services, I found it prudent to be in attendance and participate in the discussion. As such, kindly mark me excused and share any pertinent documents with my office. Cordially, Senator Ray Fonseca, Member, Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Good morning, Honorable Donna Fred Gregory. Please be advised that Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff will be late attending today's budget hearing due to a previously scheduled engagement. Further, he will participate remotely. Thank you for your understanding in this matter. Sincerely, Camila King. That concludes the reading of the correspondence, Madam Chair.
And of course, we have the correspondence, the running correspondence from the office of Senator Blyden. Senator Blyden is out, so please mark, out sick, so please mark Senator Fonseca as excused, as well as Senator Marvin Blyden. And we look forward to seeing Senator DeGraff later on today. Thank you. All right, so we're going to get right into it. We recognize the presence of non-committee member, Senator Angel Bulkes Jr. Thank you for being here, and thank you for continuing to support the work of the Finance Committee.
DC 910.
So thank you for your testimony, Mr. Knight. So the Office of the Bureau of Economic Research, you submitted a budget for them, right? Correct?
That's correct.
So there's a budget for that office. And I believe that for the entire year of 2023, and that's calendar year, there has been no representative that has come before this institution for the Bureau of Economic Research. And I believe that it's irresponsible for us to continue to fund an entity where we do not know who is running or leading that entity. So we need to get that from you, and if you have anyone in the audience that can represent, we would like for them to come.
Well, I have two staffers here from the Bureau of Economic Research. I could certainly call them up. The governor has, I think, recently had some interviews on filling that position, so I do think there will be an appointment for a director of the office very shortly, probably within the next 30 days. And we also have a contract with an economist that has been supporting the efforts of the office.
Who's the economist?
Lawrence Mills. Her company is PCS.
Oh, the lady that was there before?
Dr. Lawrence Mills, that's correct.
I see. All right, so we're going to ask whoever you choose to have come up, please.
Ms. Liebert?
Mr. Sergeant at Arms, we're in the room, and we're asking someone to come into the well. 1 second, Ms. Liebert. All right, and your ADA coordinator, your What's the status of your ADA coordinator?
Julian Henley remains the ADA coordinator. He's had some health issues. He's not here with us
Okay.
this morning.
Okay. And we do understand that you are currently conducting the Digital Health Summit?
That's correct.
All right. So the lead for that division is not available today. All right. Okay, so we're going to proceed. So currently, under the Bureau of Economic Research, do you have someone acting?
No, we've assumed the direct responsibility. The staff continues with the work that they need to conduct with the staffing plan. The leadership and direction comes directly from me or the governor.
Okay, so clearly, so let me understand, because you said something and I didn't really pick up on it. So the former director, who was our former colleague, is no longer with BER?
No, she did resign her position.
I see.
All right.
She's no longer with you. Okay, understood. All right, so we see that your budget is, you're asking for 10 million, and we suspect that the difference is in the miscellaneous. I think there's a difference of some 1.135. So that's under the miscellaneous section. Where is it? So the 1.135 covers, so that you're asking for 10.4 in total, and the 10.4 is inclusive of all of these entities, all of these other divisions that fall under the Office of the Governor, BER, gun violence, and what was the other one?
BR, gun violence, that's it. Health information technology is also rolled in
Health
there, but we
information.
haven't produced separate accounting codes for them as yet, so they're incorporated in that as well.
Got it. All right, so there's a miscellaneous grants, and it says grant/private on page 7. So help me to understand, when you say grant/private, for instance, your Governor's Summer Reading Challenge program, your budget request is $75,000. And then the Governor's Office Youth Program is $75,000.
Right.
So what here is private?
Nothing here is private. Some of it is partnerships with private organizations. That might be a misnomer, but it's basically all miscellaneous grants.
Okay.
In some cases, we have partnered with our youth activities. For instance, we partnered with Weed and Seed, but it's not necessarily private.
All right, so the Governor's Summer Reading Challenge, annually, you purchase books up to $75,000?
Yes.
And why are we doing that? No, I'm serious, because we know that we have millions of federal dollars in the Department of Education, and we also have our EDC companies who should be contributing to whatever types of programs that we have for our students. And I initially remember, let me just share with you, I'm very familiar with this program because this program was a brainchild of myself. And initially, what would happen is those professional service providers at the Department of Education, they would provide the funding to support the Governor's Reading Challenge and purchase the books. So now we've now taken on a responsibility. I mean, it may seem like it's a negligible amount of money, $75,000, but our community, our stakeholders have to participate and provide their assistance to these types of programs.
We are currently, so we're about to kick off this year's reading challenge. We are not purchasing $75,000 worth of books this year. We have, in the past, we've also gotten donations for books. We had a difficult time with that in the last couple of fiscal years, but we're getting some donations. But most importantly, we've expanded the program to include a virtual component. So a portion of this cost actually pays for that service. We're now allowing children to go online. And there's a whole program that they've laid out that tracks how many books you read, and it translates for those children that don't speak English as a primary language. The books can be instantly translated into Spanish and other languages. And so there is now a virtual component to the program that we're paying for. In addition to some of the hard copy books, we have a challenge for teachers this year to bring the stories alive. So they'll pick a book and they'll make some investments into bringing that alive. And we plan to actually give an award to the teachers that are best able to do that. So the program has sort of evolved from just purchasing books and giving them out. And there is a combination of purchasing,
And
donations,
who's in
etc.
charge of that?
Sana Joseph Smith,
And
out
whether
of
she
my
works
office,
directly? Okay.
and of course in conjunction with the Department of Education.
All right, thank you. And what about the Governor's Office Youth Program? What is that? What is that program?
So that's just several activities that we run over the course of the year. We had a recent engagement with Weed and Seed that I mentioned, but we also, that includes the cost for the Governor's Children's Christmas party that we hold on all three islands. That includes our Easter egg activities, and any other youth-related endeavors that the Governor participates in.
Understood. So thank you for your responses. So colleagues, we're going to go to a 4-minute round, and we're going to begin with Senator Angel Bulkes Jr. Senator Bulkes, you may proceed with your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, Central staff. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience, and good morning to our testifiers.
Good morning, Senator.
Good
Chief
morning.
Knight, good morning.
Good morning.
I wanted to follow up with the chairwoman's inquiry on BER. Is BER still conducting the cost of living analysis?
Yes, we have. So, yeah, there's two things going on. We have done a cost of living. We do the monthly CPI analysis. So that's an ongoing effort.
And how?
We also
just
sorry?
because the sake of time, how soon can we expect to see that? As you know, inflation and a number of things are causing impediments for our people
All right,
to survive out here.
So we do have ongoing data. So, for instance, the current inflation rate is 8.6%. We keep that. That's a monthly CPI that we track. But we also have a living wage study that we're about to wrap up. It's finished. We're about to publish it probably in August. We'll publish the results of that living wage study.
Well, we're looking forward to getting a copy of that. And I saw in your listing of employees that one of them is making $22,500 based on the post auditor's report, page 10. That boils down to about $10.82 an hour. I'm not sure why it's so low, but please take a look at that. I wanted to also jump to your utilities. Back in 2023, you reported 0% in utilities, and now we have a 4%, I apologize, 100% increase at $489,000. What constitutes that change?
So it's just we've gone back and forth as to how to account for that in the budget. But of course, utilities really are paid through the single pay utility fund by the Department of Finance. So for transparency purposes, we put the amount in that fund that is attributed to the Office of the Governor. When you look at past expenditures, it'll say zero, but that's simply because the expenditures came out of the Department of Finance, not out of our budget per se.
Noted. Also, I wanted to refer to page 7 of the Post Auditor's report concerning Vivis. I did not realize Vivis was now under the Office of the Governor. Could you please elaborate?
So there is a legislative mandate that places Vivis under the Office of the Governor. That was done around this time last year, I believe, by the legislature. Okay. We are preparing to assume that responsibility. We've had some thoughts as to how we can expand that program, which was why it was moved under the Office of the Governor. But we've engaged, I think, in some meaningful dialogue about. We have some rich data depositories at Health Information Technology, BER,
1 minute,
and even BLS at Labor. And we want to see how we can get some of that data into the Vivis system. So that's the effort that we're under right now.
I'm looking forward to that update in Vivis. As we know, it's going to be a very huge database that could potentially change the lives of our young people moving forward. I wanted to jump also to your other services section. I saw that you have $433,500 listed for monthly communication costs for telephones, T1 lines, internet, conference call services,
30 seconds.
advertising and promotion. What type of advertising and promotion are you doing this upcoming year?
It all depends. So we're going to spend some money promoting the Governor's Reading Challenge as an example. We've done, for instance, we did advertising and promotion of this digital health summit. That would have come out of that category. We assist the Office of Violence in promotions as well. So those, from time to time, we have various programs or activities that we promote publicly.
Okay, well, Chief Knight, I'm looking forward to that cost of living analysis and minimum wage analysis. To the Chair, if we can get a copy of those. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Senator Bulkes. So I want to just jump on very quickly on what Senator Bulkes spoke about as it relates to VIVIS. So, of course, the federal government gave this territory some $2+ million, somewhere about 2012 or before, for VIVIS. And VIVIS was always managed by the Office of the Governor. Always managed by the Office of the Governor. The Department of Education took the lead in pulling the agencies together to begin the conversation. So my question is, of course, we moved the first legislation that we sent up. I was one of the primary sponsors. It was vetoed. We redid it. We sent it back up. The governor signed it. So what conversations are occurring with regards to the Virgin Islands Virtual Information System? And just for the sake of those that are listening to the conversation this morning, the Virtual Information System is really a system that supports our children, support the youth in the Virgin Islands. And you know, you have the Office of Gun Violence here, and we continue to talk about the importance of curbing gun violence. So what VIVIS is intended to do is to follow our children from cradle, I'm going to use the last word, from cradle to adult, right?
That's correct.
So we are able to see what's happening with our children. So if we have a student that comes to our kindergarten classroom and he or she, naturally you have CUME files, he or she, when he goes to second grade or first grade, that teacher is able to go back and look at that student's file to say, okay, let's see what's going on with Donna, okay? Because Donna is not paying attention or whatever the case is. So that information is in the system. Right. This is a critical system. Lots of dollars were spent for it. And, you know, to hear that we're still trying to figure it out, it's already figured out. It's already figured out. We just need to take it seriously and begin to really use the data. I know that in the Department of Education, some of it is occurring, information is being dumped into it, but we not only have to have the conversation or the information that's being provided by Department of Education, but data with regards to VIPD. VIPD should be able to see if we continue to see this particular individual continue to create issues in our community, they can actually look back and say, oh, this is why. So we need to provide services. So we have a lot of good programs, but the question is, how are we aligning these programs so we could really help our youth? What's happening right now, it's very fragmented. And then when they go to the University of the Virgin Islands, so we have to follow them throughout their adult life. And that's really what it's about and why it's important to us. And then we'll see that once we are able to really pull that system together, then the challenges that we're experiencing with gun violence, we'll see why we're experiencing that. And that's one of the questions I continue to ask Mr. Mr. Emmanuel, sorry, about, you know, what data are we collecting? Because I know we have a lot of great, nice events, but it has to be a deeper dive than the great events that we're having. We have to follow our students and provide the support that those students need as individuals. So let's hear from you.
You are 100% correct. We are in full agreement. I think what has changed from the first time when the legislation was proposed, I think we've had conversations around creating a health data warehouse to track healthcare outcomes. We've had conversations about tracking workforce and the realization that we're collecting data. We need to match that up with what's happening with the Department of Education and the data that they're now collecting and using for their purposes. as well as the conversations we've been having about how do we retool BER to have the analytics that allows us to make policy decisions based on the data that we're receiving. So it's one thing to produce reports and studies, but who actually takes that information now and says, here's some programs and policy that we ought to implement based on the data we're receiving. So we've had a very robust conversation over the last 6 months about how we pull all of these pieces together that are currently siloed off and utilize a platform, namely Vivis, to kind of start to capture some of that information and allow us to have a repository that we can now drive policy from. So we are fully on board. We understand your vision. I think we share your vision as well. And so we've had the conversations with our internal team. I've reached out to the Commissioner of Education. And this summer we'll be sitting down to talk about the migration of the platform. Probably is going to stay with some of the folks that are currently familiar with how they utilize it. What I need to ascertain from them is, do I need some contractual support to add on these additional pieces? That's the conversation that's ongoing right now.
All right, so are you familiar with a gentleman by the name of Randolph Thomas?
Yes, I am.
So if there's one person in this territory that understands the whole Vivis system and what should happen, is him.
Yes.
And, a lot of times people move on and we don't really use their expertise, and then we find ourselves struggling. But he is, and I'm not advocating for him in any way, but I'm just saying that if we really are serious about moving this Vivis system along, a conversation have to be had with him. He's the only person that really know how the system should work. He's a person that really tried to drill down and make things happen. We have to start from the bird paper, come all the way down. All the way up, rather.
Yeah, he has approached us. We have had those conversations.
Absolutely. It's good stuff. It really helps us. And it not only helps what I said earlier, but it helps us as we build our budgets. It's a whole system that allows you to collect data to make decisions around policy making overall. All right, Senator Francis Jr., you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning to you, my colleagues. Good morning for the folks from the Office of the Governor, and good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Chief Knight, the budget proposed for fiscal year 2024 is $11 million. $11,875,000. Is that an adequate amount of money for the Office of the Governor to carry out their mission?
Yes, Senator. You won't get me to say otherwise. Yes, we will.
Second?
Yes, Senator. That is an adequate amount of funding to carry out our mission.
Very well. Thank you for that. And I asked that question because then there's no reason why we should not be able to carry out our mission once we are properly funded. In the post-audit report, there's no indication of KPIs for the Office of the Governor. Do you have KPIs?
No, we do not have KPIs for the office proper. I do think we have KPIs for the Bureau of Economic Research. And those are, I think we have reported on those to the post-audit, but we don't have for the governor's office proper.
Don't you see the need for KPIs? How are you measuring your effective and efficiency?
We want to build out the KPIs. So we have two additional entities, gun violence prevention, health information technology. We want to build out KPIs for those two. We look forward to being able to present on those in the upcoming fiscal year. For the Office of the Governor proper, our responsibilities are so diverse. We could certainly take a stab at it, but we spend a lot of our time looking after the KPIs for other agencies, quite frankly.
Very well. I just thought there would be, even if they're very simple KPIs, there should be something that you're working towards achieving, so that it could be somewhat measurable and you could determine your effectiveness there. So that's just a suggestion that I'm making on that.
Thank you.
So in terms, I saw that you have a number of vacancies listed currently. Do you see that at the conclusion of this fiscal year that you'll be in the red or the black?
We're trying to manage that very delicately. Mr. Durant, we'll be in the red or the black?
We'll be in the black.
We'll be in the black. So we there's a couple vacancies that we're on track fill. But we will manage within our budget. We do have some vacancy savings that we didn't anticipate, and we're hoping that we can make it through the current fiscal year and still fill those vacancies.
Very well. If you could share what that vacancy savings will be, because we're looking for every possible availability of additional funds in other areas of needs as well. So, I also seen the post-audit report that you have a rental payment to Mebar Realty Holden, which is a office in DC. Can you just expand on the use of that office?
So that office accommodates, we have at least 2 lobbying entities that we work with in DC. We have a third entity that coordinates our lobbying efforts, as well as it serves as the office manager. That is the base of operations for the governor. When he's doing business in DC, that's where we conduct our meetings, as well as other members of the cabinet that have occasions to do business in DC. It's located in the Hall of States, which also puts us in good proximity to a lot of the other organizations that give grants to states and territories. So that facilitates, and our office management firm interacts with those companies those agencies on a regular basis.
Very well. Additionally, I saw in the post-audit report that there's a $75,000 designation for the VI Commission of Status. Can you expand on your deployment of this commission in the near future?
Yeah, that is an initiative that the governor has wanted to champion from day one. In our conversations as we put together the budget, it's still something that he wants to move forward on. The legislature, of course, made a move towards having a 6th constitutional convention, and that changed the dialogue a bit. We were pushing status first in that eternal battle between status or constitution. We still think a public education campaign on political status and political status options is in order. We feel that our relationship with the federal government has to be resolved because of some of the longstanding issues. And so the governor reaffirmed that he wants to do something in the area of a year-long public education campaign.
Very well, thank you. And also, I'm seeing that, and I think one of my colleagues actually kind of broached the subject that some of the, at least your housekeepers at Government House and other individuals are receiving a very, very low salary. Is any of your employees unionized?
No, all of our employees are either exempt or classified non-union.
Exempt.
My time was called?
Yes.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Okay.
Madam Chair, my time was called?
No.
Very well. So I'm concerned about, this day and age and all the hardship of
30 seconds.
this community, that $27,000 got to present some challenges for them. Is there any light at the end of a tunnel in terms of offering these individuals a little bit of a higher salary? I could see where they're probably relying on subsidies outside of their salary to help to assist with making ends meet. Any plans to address that?
Yes, certainly right now we're doing a comprehensive review of salaries. We weren't able to conduct it in time for the budget call, but we are currently working with the governor to look over salaries, starting from the bottom, working our way up. Our position and posture was let's make sure that we take care of the other employees, the other unions, and make sure that we address salaries across the board before we took care of ourselves internally. We are now at that point where we are looking internally. I also want to point out to Senator Bolkis's question earlier, remember our vacancies were funded at 50%, and so that's why that one vacancy looks lower than the minimum salary. But we are committed, Senator, to adjusting salaries as it makes sense and is prudent across the board at the Office of the Governor as well.
Very well, thank you. I heard my time called, and I'd just like to conclude and ask that if there's any concerns, anything about this budget that presents some challenges for you or for the Office of the Governor as we consider this budget moving forward. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
There is just, I guess, The one area, again, we just didn't have time to really think through what our needs were as it relates to the Office of Health Information Technology. That area of our office is starting to really take off in leaps and bounds. We have great partnerships. We're advancing a lot quicker than we probably thought we would have, and so there are some additional needs. We'll, of course, try to meet them through federal grant funds to the greatest extent possible. But I've been alerted very recently that there might be some additional needs for matching funds and this sort. So at some point during the fiscal year, we may have to re-examine what those needs look like for health information technology.
Thank you. Going back to the previous speaker's concern with regards to the salaries, and of course, we don't set the salaries for the office of the governor. However, nothing prevents us from being concerned, right? So when we look at the minimum wage in a territory is what, $13 and
$10.50.
30. I think it's 13 even. Is it
13.
13.50?
$10.50. That's what I thought it was.
Under what? Okay, so we need to establish, and BR should be able to tell us what's the minimum wage in a territory, because you have a
For one adult?
a person here making $27,040 in the, that's the minimum wage.
For government employees, $27,080.
27,000, that's it, yeah. That's what I actually meant. So you have housekeeping attendants making a minimum.
Housekeepers.
In this institution, we don't have people making that kind of money. And the reason why I'm honing in on it is because I see where under your personnel services, we commend you for reducing your budget, but under personnel services, you have a $109,000 reduction in your personnel categories.
Mm-hmm.
And that's because?
It's more than that.
It might actually be a little bit higher than that. So part of it, this year we had a mixture of security personnel, were a mixture of some being paid on the general, some being paid out of the office of the governor, some being paid by VIPD. I think OMB has now transitioned our security team over to the VIPD budget. So executive security is now paid out of VIPD fully, as opposed to what was a mishmash of between the two agencies. So I think that accounts for the reduction in the budget for the most part.
Only the peace officers.
Peace officers, yeah. Right.
Historically, how was your security paid?
Some were paid out of VIPD. Some were paid under the office of the governor.
That's correct.
Like, based on what? What's the rhyme or reason to it?
Well, when I inherited the post, there really wasn't much rhyme or reason. I think that's what we've finally corrected. The peace officers, when they went through the post academy, they were paid out of VIPD as peace officers. I guess not everyone had gone through posts. Now we put all of our security team through posts.
Which makes sense, but so do they get overtime?
They paid overtime?
No, they don't.
So they don't get overtime?
No.
So how are they paid?
They would get they would get comp time.
So they're considered, help me, exempt?
They
What
are
does it look
exempt.
like?
All of the positions at the office of the governor are exempt.
Right, so that's what I'm
And
trying
the
to figure out.
security do get an extra pay for working on a holiday. So whereas they don't get double time, they just get a holiday pay in addition to whatever shift they work.
So then how is it justified to be placed under the VIPD? It doesn't follow the scale, the pay scale of VIPD. It doesn't follow the personnel policy of VIPD. That's a whole different policy?
They are assigned as executive security. So the executive security unit, including the governor's director of security, is a VIPD position. They are assigned to the executive security unit, not necessarily the sworn officers of VIPD. So their pay scale is different, but they are, and have been for some time, officers assigned to executive security that work security at Government House.
Okay, so when we look at VIPD's budget, we're going to look, and there's going to be a section that say Executive Security Unit?
Yes, there is an executive security unit at VIPD.
All right, so we're going to look for that. So, Mr. Post Auditor, let's be reminded that we need to look at that so we can understand exactly what that means. But your budget was reduced. Do you agree that your budget was reduced by some $109,000, Ms. Durant? Your salaries in particular.
Yes, Senator.
And your associated fringe is actually reduced more than that, which is $166,000. Correct?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, and you're good with that?
We'll work within the constraints of our revenues.
So each category, your entire budget was reduced by $657,000.
That's correct.
And well, actually, it's a little different from that. Okay. All right. Who's next? Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning to the testifiers this morning that are here defending their budget. So let me start off by asking the Millennial Council. That falls on the Office of the Governor, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Is there an amount that is allotted to that group for events or activity? How is that?
Activities would also be used to
activity?
supplement to the extent necessary.
Okay. So that falls under that. What about the Commission on Aging? That falls under the Office of the Governor?
I'm not certain. I know we're working towards building out the actual commission. I think we've made some appointments or nominations for the Commission on Aging,
Okay.
but I don't think it falls under us for administrative purposes. Perhaps it's DHS. I'm not certain.
I think it does. Maybe you could double check that. And I know there was
Certainly.
appropriation in 2023 for 150,000. Excuse me, for the commission agent to start off
Okay.
the work in seed. So look into that and see. Also, in page 8 of the post audit report for the Bureau of Economic Research on the professional services, there is a section there that says miscellaneous contracts for 120,000. Can you elaborate? What is that about?
Go ahead.
That was the living wage study. The living wage study was conducted in 2 phases, phase 1 and phase 2. And each phase was completed, but we're still awaiting to publish the study.
Okay, so that's completed.
It is completed,
And
but
that
we're
was-
still waiting for
Okay,
to
and that
publish.
was outsourced.
Yes, that's
course.
correct. To Sigma
Okay.
PCS and also Zinga Kotvelt of Michigan State University.
All right. So you're not asking for that again in this budget?
No, we're not. We're actually going to generate a new consumer market price basket. We're going to update our stores and our items, and we're hoping to hire more contractors to cover all islands and all of the additional stores.
Gotcha.
That
So you know by when the report will be available?
we are hoping to release the report August of 2023.
Okay, very well. And in that same, in the post audit report, expense for annual activities, 150,000. Mr. Chief, if you could elaborate what that entails.
Yeah, certainly. There's some activities that we conduct on a regular
1 minute.
basis. Those are the different receptions for the Ag Fair and other receptions and activities that we host at Government House. That category really has been expanded because in the absence of venues to host really good formal activities, we've been hosting a lot of community organizations and hosting a lot more receptions at our facilities than we have in the past.
Okay, so that's where that funding comes from?
Yes.
From that line item. Got you.
30 seconds.
Also, transitional activities. I see that for FY23 was 250,000. Can you elaborate what was that about? And I see to date you've used all of it, and
Yes.
is not requested now for FY24.
That's correct, Senator. Those funding are requested for election year after the new governor is sworn in for all the inaugural activities. So we don't need it until maybe another 3 years.
Okay, beautiful. Thank you for clarifying that. And then I see you have mentioned here Governor Roy Lester Snyder's funeral, but I don't see anything for Governor Turnbull reported in the post-audit report.
The
there a reason
funding
for that?
for Governor Turnbull was allotted in 2022, last year.
Very well. I think my time was called. So thank you, Madam Chair. I'll listen in and ask any further questions I might have.
If I may, so I do need to bring to the committee's attention that while the expenses for the Governor Snyder's funeral came in under the budgeted amount, the expenses for Governor Turnbull's funeral actually exceeded what was allotted. And so at some point, in order to pay the final bills that are still owed, we might have to amend the authorizing legislation to allow us to reconcile the savings and appropriate it to pay the past due balance. So that is probably a request that you'll be seeing shortly.
So one was in fiscal year 2022, and one was in fiscal year 2023.
Correct.
So the over expenditure took place in fiscal year 22.
They would have taken place in 22, yes.
22.
Right?
Yes.
So, but I don't pay the bill then.
We, when the bills came in, and we realized that we had a shortage, we had already crossed into the other fiscal year.
Yeah, but after the governor have money that they could use, you get more money than you need. So we don't need to
No,
make
we only ask.
what kind of money you talking about in excess?
About $72,000.
Okay, so that brings me to the 75K for the commission and status. So we've budgeted in 2022 for the commission and status.
That was deleted.
That was not budgeted?
It was requested, but we didn't receive it.
Oh, you didn't receive it?
Yes.
Okay, but the bills were paid? I hope I paid the people
There was, for what? Bills paid
for the former governor's arrangements.
For Snyder, the bills were paid. The $72,000 is for the mausoleum. That's what's outstanding right now.
So there was a cost incurred for the construction of the mausoleum that we need to. So Public Works, of course, went ahead and built the mausoleum, but there's a cost that we need to cover now.
So the cost would be associated. Who built the mausoleum? The public works staff?
The contractor?
A contractor.
So how I enter into a contract for $72,000 without having the funding to do it? We have to lead by example.
Public Works paid it.
Public Works paid for it.
We were, as you can appreciate, we were under time constraints to put on the funeral exercise.
So we owe the contractor?
Yes, apparently so, yes.
All right. Y'all should have had that conversation with us day before yesterday. Because we would be very happy to make the adjustment. We could cancel the $75,000 under the commission and status for fiscal year 22. I mean, for fiscal year 23, because are you
okay.
doing any work on that right now?
No.
Right.
No, we're not. Yeah.
So that would have been an easy fix. And then you said you have excess for former Governor Snyder.
Right. So our thought process was to reprogram the excess for that funeral and put it towards. So we budgeted. The Senate allotted them as separate items. One for Turnbull, one for Snyder. We figured the excess there we could probably reallocate and take care of.
What's the balance on the former Governor Snyder? That would have been an easy fix. We could actually use it from there. So that would have been.
No, but I did inquire, but looking at the legislation, we would have to ask for an appropriation.
We could write the language here
Okay.
that basically says any excess funds left back from
38,000
can be utilized to cover the excess expenses for We could have done that. That's a simple fix. That's a non-germane amendment to whatever bill that we sent up yesterday, but too late now. So you have to wait until the next time the Senate President calls a Senate session.
We have 139,000 left over from the Snyder funeral.
Yeah. Okay. There was a point of inquiry from Senator Bulkes. Senator Bulkes, your point of inquiry? No, point of inquiry. His is germane to this? Senator, carry on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since we are at that topic, and speaking about mausoleums, there was a bill that became an act for former Governor Juan F. Lewis that was never executed for $50,000 to build one for him. I think he's one of our only governors that doesn't have one. And I'm asking the Office of Governor to please look into it, and maybe we can, from the funds that have been left over, attend to that. So it was passed. I'm going to get you the act number, but it was never executed. Nothing was never built.
What year?
I have to. Okay.
Is it while we've been
No,
here?
it was.
So more than likely those funds are no longer available.
Yeah,
until
those funds are no
expanded. So
longer available.
how much did you say you have left back from the former?
Approximately 139, 138.
138.
138, but
When
of
it's 11,000
that 138 is
change.
72,000 will be for Snyder's mausoleum, and that will be the difference.
Yes.
Subtracted from the 138.
Okay, so we just
Yeah.
need the information. We could make the non-germane amendment and just move the two of them at the same time so it could get done. Because you have to check to see if those funds are available until expended.
Yes.
So I think that's a simple fix. We could get it done.
Thank you for that.
We could do it ourselves. So we're not going to ask for permission. We're going to just do it.
Thank you,
Okay.
Senator.
All right. So there's a burning question that we all have. Oh, Senator Bulkes, 1 second. There's a burning question that we all have, and that is, so we are challenged with ensuring that the legislations that we pass in this institution that's signed by the governor are actually being implemented. And many of us recall that has been, here for many years, not necessarily here in the legislature, but throughout government. We are aware that there was a point in time where there was, and this came up because our OMB director is asking for a position to actually look at an individual to sit in OMB to look at legislation as passed and implementation. And we know that actually usually would happen in the office of the governor. Years back, and I'm sure Rodriguez, Mr. Knight, you guys would recall that there was a person at the office of the governor. Mr. Bushelta was his name at the time. That's the person that did it for many years. He would sit right here during session. Whatever was passed, then the departments and agencies, he would send it to them, and he would follow up on the implementation. Many of the legislation that we work really hard in this institution, and many of the legislation that we pass are not being implemented. And, we're using the resources of our people to do the work that we do here. So at minimum, we need to see that the legislations are being implemented. Otherwise, what we're doing here is for naught. So we need to get from the office of the governor, how is it that you are ensuring that once the governor signs a bill into law, or what legislation is vetoed, and the legislature overrides that legislation, and it now becomes law, who's tracking that to ensure that we are implementing these laws that we have on the books?
So it's tracked from a variety of ways. We usually, after a session.
Okay, before you go, we're having a little challenge with our stenographers. Please state your name before you speak.
I'm sorry, Carl Knight, Chief of Staff. So we track that from several different ways. The primary tool we use is at the end of a session, once the bills are sent up, we actually sit in a collective, we send it out to all the agencies that are affected to let them know this has been passed through the Senate. We get their recommendations, and we sit as a collective, including the Office of Management and Budget. The Office of Management and Budget, for all intents and purposes, is an extension of our office, and especially when there's budgetary implications, the buck usually stops with them to make sure that those things are accounted for. They do play that management role in making sure that legislation is being enacted. because they often are the ones that have to answer to whether or not things were implemented. So they play a major role in our bill review sessions, and that filling that request at OMB would assist us in tracking. We also have policy advisors that inform the agencies that they work with that this has just been done. They usually would work with that agency to see to it that it's implemented. So there's a variety of ways that we do that. Legal counsel would notify certain agencies. This has now become a new mandate. But the primary point of accountability would probably be that post in OMB.
That's a very good political answer. These things are not being implemented. In the 33rd legislature, we moved legislation for the implementation of the Tax Study Commission. It was a reintroducing the Tax Study Commission from the previous Governor Charles Turnbull. We moved it in the 33rd again. Nothing. Not one board member has been sent down here. So I'm not sure who's responsible for what, but it's not happening. I mean, perhaps it's the governor's office have decided we ain't doing that, because that happens as well. So we are aware of that. But, you know, that's the issue. So OMB isn't always responsible because every single legislation that's passed here isn't tied to funding. So I can't see how OMB could be the entity that's responsible for ensuring implementation. There are government agencies where these legislations sit in as far as their responsibility. They have to see that it's being implemented. So I agree with you that their policy advisors, the policy advisors in the office of the governor, they should know what's being implemented and what's really happening. So we want to see a change on that. If we're going to work together collaboratively and we spend our time working on these legislation, if they're not going to be implemented, and then veto them so that we could override them or we could leave them alone. But we can't keep in this vicious cycle where there's no action because we see too much of it. I live it, so I know. I'm speaking from experience. Okay? So, Senator Bolkes, you're recognized for your point of inquiry. Please recognize the senator's mic. Senator Bolkes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I wanted to inquire on the Office of Gun Violence. I see that there is going to be a new position, a survivor engagement specialist. Survivor engagement. And it's going to be at 25,000 salary, is what I'm seeing here.
That's half the year. That's half. That's 50% funding.
That is half, right. 50%?
Right.
Okay, understood. Okay, understood.
And we've actually recently filled that position. Since we submitted the personnel listing, we've brought on Dexter Skeppel as the survivor engagement specialist.
Okay, Pastor Skeppel, okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So I'm glad that you brought up the Office of Gun Violence because as I look at the post-audit report, we don't see any KPIs. We are not inclined to be funding new positions, but we can't even get KPIs for what these agencies or these divisions are doing. I mean, we just going to do this different this year. I'm going to just be very frank. If we can't see KPIs, then we don't have any valid reason to fund new positions and to fund new things. There's no KPIs for the Office of Gun Violence.
We are currently in the process of developing those KPIs, Senator. And as I said, we are working on KPIs for gun violence as well as health information technology.
Okay,
and that is a work in progress.
So the KPIs for gun violence need to be done before we pass the 2024 budget.
We can take care of that,
It's
Senator.
just a must. So what are the new positions that you're asking for in 2023 for? Other than the one that Senator Bulk has noted, but you said it's already filled.
Right. In the office in general, we are still down a chief legal counsel.
Oh, those are vacant. Do you have any new, new positions?
No.
No new ask?
As of right now, we don't have any new positions, no.
No? So you have, there's one new. So how did you fund that new? The new position is the position in gun violence.
That's already filled.
How did you fill that?
Skeppel.
You fill that, what position did you use to fill it? You use one of the vacant positions that you have? You have three.
That's correct. the vacancy savings.
So you create a
fill it.
position.
It was actually new from last year, so it remained new in this fiscal year.
No, it's now vacant. If
No.
it was new last year and we funded it last year, then it's vacant
Okay.
in this year. Yeah. So you have 3.5 vacant positions. I guess you have 2.5 vacant positions now, correct? So that's the
So now we
legal
have
counsel. And what else?
We have the chief legal counsel.
We have a special assistant position. We have a
The special assistant falls under which division, or is it under the office of the governor?
under the office of the governor. We have
Okay.
2 special assistants that recently departed. We have the director of the Bureau of Economic Research, and we
Okay.
have 2 more
So you
vacancies.
have more.
at BER.
Okay.
The senior policy analyst and economic research.
And then two additional positions in BER.
And those are vacant?
Vacant.
They were
Vacant.
previously filled?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Senator James, you recognize for your 4 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. In the Virgin Islands Code, when it comes to the Office of Gun Violence, it speaks to various positions, and one that is dear to me is the analyst. I saw where we made attempts to bring in those other positions as well. As far as the analyst, when we will be able to get an analyst?
Yeah, we actually have a academic professional that's volunteering with us to work with our analysts.
Name the person.
I can't remember his name right now, but I'll get that information to you.
Go ahead. You said the person is volunteering?
Yeah.
Free?
Yeah.
No, man.
So-
This is a joke thing, man. No, say no more.
Yeah, so we've always been very consistent in telling this body that we plan to, although the law provides for certain positions, in some instances we thought that there were agencies that have individuals that perform those functions, and we want to bring them into our network to support gun violence. And in some areas, there are actually folks in the community that are actively engaged in those sort of functions. And again, we want to tap into those volunteers who are currently volunteering, doing the work anyway. So in addition to the contract that we have with the National Network of Safe Communities that does some of the analytic work, we also have folks that are very passionate about this, this area and are providing the work anyway.
Thank you for placing that on the record. And with the survivor engagement specialist, I'm happy to know that Pastor Dexter Skeppel, that's what you said, right? So recently, we had a situation where the 16-year-old was killed on St. Croix at the gas station, and the 16-year-old on St. Thomas. In a scenario like that, now that he's on board, how is the Office of Gun Violence involving themselves, especially for those young individuals with young families?
Well, we collaborate with Special Human Services.
No, a situation like that just recently happened. 'Cause that is a sensitive thing right now with those two
Right.
16-year-olds. With Dexter Skeppel on board, what is the plan?
He goes to the scene. He talks.
No. That's what's expected to happen. I want to know from you, what is the agency going to do right now? Because that's a big thing in the community. Have you been following the two 16-year-olds?
Yeah.
So all I'm basically saying, we're not doubting the work of the Office of Gun
1
Violence. So
minute.
You know my passion when it comes to that. Eat up most of my time. But it is what it is. By the end of the day, I want to make sure things are being done to make sure that individuals are getting comfort, the family, especially with 16-year-olds, because they impact those individuals in a high school level, so all their friends are involved. So I'm asking you again, with him being on board, what would be the plan moving forward?
The plan moving forward is that we provide wraparound services for those families that are in need. We tie them in with resources that they request, and we try to help them as best we can. And we also go out and deal with their friends, get back on the turf, so go.
Thank you for wasting my time. But I'm gonna tell you this, and I'll be honest with you, I have legislation. If you guys keep it up, I'm gonna repeal that. I want to make sure that we have individuals out there executing and not picking and choosing which ones. If you study social media, it's not hard to find out the impact on the community of these two deaths. You understand? But we leave it as that. But as far as Media One production, I just want to say that's a good choice, and I say that when it comes to communication consulting,
30 seconds.
Future governors will have to maintain this level of media production and quality. So 2 thumbs up for Media One production. As far as the chief legal counsel, I see that it's vacant, and I see where you have Nagish Tamar Esquire for legal services, and I see you have a chief legal counsel as acting. Explain that one to me.
So the current deputy legal counsel is currently acting as chief in the absence and vacancy of a chief. Our chief retired in December of last year. We've also secured some additional legal services just to kind of maintain the body of work that we need to maintain.
And I see the protocol officer has been vacant for quite some time. What, you can't find anybody for that?
That's a very particular type of position. It's not everyone, it's not something where you pick somebody off the street to do. It requires training and experience, so that has been difficult to fill. We do have a contract now with a former, someone that's done it formally to support the internal staff.
So would you say, is there like a blueprint or a manual or some kind of guide that if an individual come on board, they can follow? Do you think it's the pay that is not attractive? Because it comes with a heavy responsibility to be the protocol officer of the governor of the Virgin Islands.
Time.
Yeah, I don't think it's the pay. I think, and what we discovered is there isn't really a good manual. Every state kind of has a different way of managing that function, and so there wasn't a good off-the-shelf template that we could adopt.
Can you put one in place for future governors? At least it can be amended as time goes by, but it needs to have protocols in place. Times after time, we go to functions as senators, and there's some outright disrespect. I must be honest with you. You need a protocol officer.
I have a contractor working with us right now, and perhaps I think that is actually within the scope. I could perhaps make that request that they develop a manual or procedural manual for protocol, and I'm sure that he would love to do that.
ASAP, Madam Chair, what's one more question?
Of course, you could go. It's just you and me.
So, I have nothing against Virgin Islanders or anybody who come here to do business, but I just want to make sure with the $81,000 that we're paying for rent space on St. Croix, as far as the building, can you name the exact building, the exact location?
This is in Estate Carlton. I think we have the address listed there, but this is in Estate Carlton.
Are we occupying that space right now?
Yes, sir. That's where gun violence resides, Bureau of Economic Research. I just moved our business office there a couple weeks ago. We have a member of the administrator's office that also works out of that building, so yes, it's fully occupied.
So now I know to go and visit the Office of Gun Violence. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Because I didn't know. And lastly, as far as Cyril E. King, God bless his soul, Governor Cyril E. King to be exact, I know I went there several times. Much respect to Positive Nelson, he does the event. But as far as the maintenance, do you have something budgeted, whether in public works or whatever, to maintain the facilities for our past senators or governors like Ruby Rose? She has one as well. Do we factor that into the budget to make sure that these leaders who once paved the way for us, that we have been maintaining that? Because I know at one point the glass or the window for Cyril E. King mausoleum was broken. You could just fit through there, go in there. So what are we doing there?
The Department of Public Works accounts for that in their budget. In the past, it hasn't perhaps been funded sufficiently, but there is an effort now to upgrade our upkeep, not just for our dignitaries, but just in general. So, but the Department of Public Works is who budgets for those responsibilities.
And lastly, a lot of the questions were asked, so I don't want to be redundant, but please look into the executive housekeeper position and the housekeeper attendant. And I see where you have lead maintenance worker for $25,000 vacant. Is that partially funded or that's fully funded?
50%. That's 50%. That vacancy is at 50%.
And the full salary is how much?
50,000.
Okay, because I was wondering. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. So Senator James brought up an interesting question. So the office space that is in Estate Carlton, what is that space used for?
It houses, the office houses the staff for BER, gun violence prevention. It houses a member of the administrator's office that is assigned to the Frederick Said area of the island. It now houses our business office. What else is in that space?
OHIT.
Oh, and our Office of Health and Information Technology is also located there as well.
And that was a temporary, or that's something that,
No, that's probably a permanent, as we staff up and assume those additional responsibilities, Government House in Croy could not accommodate all of the staff, and so we have leased that property, and we anticipate needing to continue that leasing office space for the foreseeable future.
and then the MEBA Realty Holding? How many people do you have in the Office of the Governor in Washington, D.C.?
It's usually staffed by our office manager in D.C., but at any point in time, it's available to be utilized by our lobbyists or any traveling cabinet members or the governor's staff doing business in D.C. But we have one person that manages that office on a daily basis.
And that person is in this budget?
No, that is Titan Impact. That's a contractor that the PFA has contracted to do that function for us.
So that person is under the PFA contract?
Correct.
All right. So let's go back to the commission and status, because we were just looking at the law. And, what is it that the Office of the Governor really intends to do with this commission and status? We need to determine as to whether or not we're going to fund this in 2024. Because when we look at the law, I don't remember when it was passed, but the commission and status is actually under the legislature. So that's something that we need to revisit. Are you aware of that?
No, I wasn't aware that it's under the legislature. The
Office of Status Education is under the legislature for budgetary purposes. I don't know, what's the title? Yeah, so we need to look at that. Now, we've been receiving emails from the university lead, Dr. Malik Sekou.
Yes.
With regards to that. So have y'all had any conversations with him with regards to the commission and status? Because we really need to determine what we're doing with this, because we see the delegate recently moved, submits legislation to adopt the Constitution, which is against what the legislature passed last year. And then we're still having funding commission and status. We kind of all over the place. And as leaders in the territory, we have to figure out what a one voice is. Everybody can't be doing their own thing. The people didn't elect us to do our own thing. They elect us to have one voice, particularly in these types of matters.
Right. So the governor has very consistently, even from his first campaign, talked about the need to settle the question of status. I think he's spoken, in his first State of the Territory address, he talked about championing that cause. Perhaps we do all need to sit, or at least if you're saying it's a legislative mandate, perhaps we do need to sit with you. But he is committed to actually doing that public education and hopefully driving eventually to the point where we feel the public understands the issue enough to talk about having a referendum to actually establish or revisit the question of political status. We think there's been a lot of confusion over the years. We think the options are not clear, and there is a particular approach that we have in mind. that really looks at first looking at a binary question of being closer to the United States or more independent of the United States, and then looking at the potential options. Recently, we've been having conversations looking at the District of Columbia and the fact that they are a territory of the United States, but they are incorporated into the Union, and we have never really pursued a similar arrangement. We do feel that there is, the intellectuals that have operated in this space need to be engaged to do a public education campaign. We do understand that is at the same time conversations going on about the Constitution, but a Constitution can only reflect the status as it currently exists. And so that won't necessarily deal with the federal relations between the territory and the United States. It really would look at how we govern ourselves locally, but there needs to be a conversation about that relationship between us and the federal government.
Okay, so when you get an opportunity, look at Title I,
Sure.
Chapter 19, Section 321 through 324. And again, I just don't believe that any of us, whether you're a governor, a legislator, a delegate, or otherwise, should be making these types of decisions in a vacuum. Meaning, you guys are having conversations, the conversations that's all over, but this requires a collective discussion, because the legislature in particular moved legislation and was signed by the governor to establish a sixth constitutional convention, right?
Yes.
So we need to figure out which direction we're going in. That's why I was in a flux, because we all over the place. So take some time and look at this. I could give you a copy of this.
Sure.
Bottom line is, what I'm saying is, we have to figure out how to collectively come together and have this conversation.
Yes.
Like I said, the University of the Virgin Islands Lead, they have an office, I can't remember the name of it, but that office is also reaching out to us to have this discussion. So we need to know what we're doing, but we can't keep funding things that's not clear as to what the direction is. So that's my primary concern with that. And then going back to the concern that the Senator Javon E. James mentioned with regards to protocol, I have to wholeheartedly agree with him. This has been an ongoing issue that we have not seen it as I don't know if we've seen it as a priority, but it definitely appears that it's not a priority. So you indicated that you have a contractor, and I believe that you're not doing protocol activities daily. So that contractor should be assisting you with writing the policies around protocol. We need to put this protocol issue to bed because it's impacting relationships. And he's right. There are times, many times, most times actually, when members of this institution go to events that's being hosted by the executive branch, we are acknowledged none many times. So we got to work on this. We have to continue to remind folks that but for the work of this institution, we don't have a budget, and therefore our government won't function. So I don't understand why we don't see the importance of establishing protocol. And people say things like, with all the things that we have to do, why is protocol important? Well, with all the things that we have to do, protocol is important because it is an impetus to our success. It is. Because just look at the conversation we had earlier about the status, the law, what's in place, what we're doing outside of the law. It's important.
We agree.
Yes, it's important.
We agree.
I'm just not going to shy away from it. It's important. And it's not it's not about any individual. It's about a government. How do we operate? That's it.
Yeah, we agree, Senator. That's why we did secure the services. We felt it was important enough that we secured the services of someone with the experience and expertise that could make sure that we are adhering to proper protocol for state functions.
Okay, and then we have under your page 8, under your testimony, you have under the Office of Gun Violence, you have $520,989 for. Is there a breakout of
That's an error.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't understand this. So, okay, so this operational expense fund is what?
The miscellaneous section of the budget.
So what's the total for gun violence?
$529.89.
Okay, so what's operational expense? That's a miscellaneous?
That's the miscellaneous
So of
fund.
the 529.89, how much sits under the miscellaneous? All of it?
225. The table is in error.
Okay, so break it out for me so we can understand. No,
So-
I'm trying to figure it out.
There are only
Break it
two
out.
figures within the general fund, within the base budget. There's $295,989, and in the miscellaneous section of the budget, there's an additional $225,000.
Okay, that 225 is for what?
Operational expenses and activities. That's why it got mislabeled here. We basically take salaries out of the general fund, out of the base appropriation, and we fund their activities out of the miscellaneous for now.
Okay, and then just going back to the Office of Gun Violence. So, are we clear on the role of the Office of Gun Violence? I mean, I did not support the legislation for the Office of Gun Violence because I just don't feel that we have enough data to understand exactly what we need to be doing. I just think that we need to be looking at what's happening in our public school systems, what's happening in our human services, how we are providing services, and what's happening with our virtual information system and our healthcare system, so we can begin to really address those issues. But that being said, we do have the Office of Gun Violence, but we need to be clear on what the mission is, because as the response was provided to Senator James, why is the Office of Gun Violence providing wraparound services?
We're only coordinating. We're very clear on the mission. We coordinate those efforts because they weren't being coordinated before.
Who's responsible for coordinating wraparound services? Isn't it the Department of Human Services?
Well, not necessarily, because those services might come from education, might come from labor, might come from health. It all depends. So the model that we're moving towards is a case management model. To Senator James's point, looking at individual incidents. Some incidents don't require intervention by the Office of Gun Violence Prevention just by the nature of the incident. Some incidents do. And getting involved with the individuals around that incident and coordinating whatever the interventions might need to be, and making sure the other agencies who may not be tracking as closely as we are understand that they need to intervene in this family's life or in this person's life. That's the model that we're moving towards. We've done that in many instances, and while I don't know the status of the most recent cases, but that is the model that we're starting to implement. Now with the survivor engagement specialists, it allows us to really step up that intervention. So we're doing a lot of interruption on the front end, but now we can start to do some care on the back end as well. And of course, we have our community outreach doing a lot of the prevention activities up front as well.
So, Mr. Emmanuel, what is your relationship with the Department of Human Services?
We make sure that we can provide resources for those citizens and respondents that need help. For instance, if we need some counseling, grief counseling. We work with health. For instance, the incident with the school at Woodson. We collaborated with the health department. We had counselors come there, grief counselors. We talked to parents. We talked to teachers. We worked with them together. We assisted in the investigation. We found critical information, provided it with VIPD. We pulled together, and it was a really proud moment, to be working with the school, working together, working with health department to see if we can make sure we provide these services and counseling to all the students that were there. We actually went to the classrooms and talked together as a group to offer counseling and assistance to these students that were, as Mr.
Senator James.
Javon James says, we have to make sure that we care and make sure that we provide that service for them. So I think it's we're working collaboratively to bring these services to these people that need it, and that's a critical piece. When we do the events, what's been coming out of these events is that now more people are coming forward to us and looking for ways to solve the gun violence problem. We're getting volunteers and people that are interested in solving the problem. You were at an event a couple of weeks ago where you saw all the energy we had, moving children to being feeling positive and some pride about themselves. It's that's that's the movement. And we were trying to, I was at, and you suggested going to the alternative school here in St. Thomas. Some of those kids showed up at the event because our communication and our belief in them, our energies that we're showing and dumping into them, we're showing dividends of that change. And so we're tracking that information and the data we're collecting with education.
So talk to me about the data you're collecting, because
Sorry?
talk to us about the data that you're collecting.
So as we,
allow
as
me
we,
to- 1 second. So I want to be clear. Talk to us about the data that you're collecting, and I'm gonna tell you why. So we are all excited about seeing all of these activities in our community, right? And we need to understand whether or not the children that are participating are, how are those children, how are we getting those children? Where are they coming from? Are we, once those children attend those activities, how are we tracking them? Are we getting information from the schools to say, you know what, Donna or Tommy from my classroom needs to really be part of this program, and why? What's the CLARE program? I see a lot of activities, which is exciting, but what is the structure of what is actually occurring? Because that's what matters. So these kids can't come to these activities, we have a good time, and everybody gone, and we look forward to the next activity, because that is my concern. That's what I see, and I've shared that with y'all before.
So it's part of the conversation that we had earlier, right? So building out things like Vivis and trying to correlate that now with some of the other information, looking at it from a case management perspective. So John, we can't do it for every child that participates in an activity. So if we have 100 children come out to Daddy's Day Out next week, I can't track all of them.
Concur.
But if an individual, like a minor or an adult for that matter, is engaged in a certain activity, whether as the victim, suspect, you name it, our ability to kind of track that individual, see what's happening surrounding that individual.
I want him to answer the question, though, because he's the person responsible for the program, and I want to understand, as you do the work, how are we tracking those young people? How are we ensuring that we are following those young people and providing them with not only the good time that we're having, but also, because let's face it, you have a free event, everybody come in. So how are we tracking these young people? How are they truly benefiting from what's happening? It sounds good, it's exciting, but how are we truly helping them? Because now we have two, and that's the other issue that I have with this. Okay, I just want to be straight up and clear. We got two issues. We have our young children that's coming through the system now, meaning the system, our educational system, and then we have our older children. We have our youth, those that are 17 and above, or 16 and above. How are we touching those 16 and above, 15, 16-year-olds and above? Because I see a lot of activities for young kids. Fine, but what are we doing when because we got to look at this two-pronged. We got to save, we have to prevent it from 14 back, 13 back, those that are still in school, but those that are out of school, how are we providing the necessary wraparound services, identifying those students? Some of them have already dropped out of school. How are we touching those students? That has always been my primary concern about how the Office of Gun Violence is actually functioning right now in this Virgin Islands. We have not been able to wrap our arms around what's happening.
We've been tracking young people, our high school kids. When we go into the schools, we do presentations, and we're keeping track of those young people that we do talk to. We even have a mentorship program where we're working with young people in the schools. And
break that down for us. Let's understand what I mean. It sounds good. We have a mentorship program. What does that mean?
It means that we work with the school department, the Department of Education, and the different particular schools. We actually have worked together to identify at-risk youth, and we focus on those kids, as well as giving presentations to all the other kids. But we focus on the ones that are at risk, and some of those kids, unfortunately, have been involved in stuff, and we're following them, and we try to make sure that they don't continue to be involved in trouble.
How?
But by physically being with them, by talking to their parents, having conversations in their homes, trying to interest them in other activities, trying to get them involved in employment, entrepreneurship. We try to come at this with a whole different outlook and different ways of attacking this problem.
So what's your relationship with the Virginia's Department of Labor?
When they have job fairs, we're present with them. We try to implore people. We even bring people to help them with their resumes, take them to labor.
So
physically, I mean, we actually have gone out to do it physically.
So of course, Mr. Knight, we know that we have this workforce development program.
Yes.
Have you looked at the data on the workforce development program lately?
I haven't.
You should.
But I was about to say that we've actually, so our violence interrupter have actually referred, I think it was like 6 individuals to me, which I passed on to our policy advisor that deals with the workforce, to place them for employment. He said, hey, these are guys I'm working with. They're in need of employment. Can we get them into a training program or something that they can be employed? And so those are names that we passed on. So that's one of the ways we work with labor. That's a direct interaction saying, hey, help me get some jobs to these guys to get them off the street.
Okay, so what is that title? Violence what?
The violence interrupter.
And that falls under the Office of Gun Violence?
That's correct.
Okay, so does that person go out into the neighborhoods and those young people that are on the corner, our people, our children, our children.
And adults.
On the corner.
Yes.
Yeah, they're our children, so they're adult children, but they're on the corner every day doing all the things that they shouldn't be doing. Who's having a conversation with them? Who's helping them to get into that? That's why I asked about the relationship, and Senator Javan has a point of inquiry, I think. He wants to say something.
Yeah, it's only coming out in fits and spurts.
No, but what I'm saying is, who is doing that?
The violence interrupter.
And the violence interrupter. And that's going to also be the job of the survivor specialist. These positions, although they have a designated name, we all share that responsibility. We all do the...
I ain't convinced that I have a structure. I'm going to just be straight up, and I'm going to tell you why. I recently had a conversation with some young people in St. John in particular, and they're struggling. There's a lot of young people in St. John that needs support.
Refer them to us, Senator.
No, I ain't referring nobody. You got Officer of Gun Violence, catch the boat, go St. John smile. Catch the boat and go deal with it. Because we know all of the neighborhoods within that small island. I ain't doing no referrals. That's the job of the Office of Gun Violence. That's what has to happen.
If I may, Senator, and perhaps we can have a more free-flowing conversation off the record, but our office have been in neighborhoods, hoods. They have broken up fights and disputes. There have been shooting incidents where our violence interrupter jumps in, intervenes, makes peace. This is a daily activity. I get almost a weekly report on incidents that have been investigated and interrupted. They are talking to all of the people who you expect them to talk to in all of the hoods. That's who they engage with on a regular basis.
Okay, so what we need to get from the Office of the Division of Gun Violence in particular is some sort of a report as we work on this budget. We need to see that, we're funding this division, and we really need to get something that's a lot clearer as it relates to, your statistics. What have you done within the past year, the past 2 years, or whatever it is? We need that information.
Sure.
We need to understand the relationship between the Office of Gun Violence and the Department of Labor. How are they channeling those young people or young adults to the labor program and workforce? You're not going to be able to convince everybody, but you have to show who you've touched, and of those people who you've touched, who has actually taken the opportunity to do X, Y, Z. We need to see. We have to show and prove at this point. We fund a lot of programs here, but we need to... what island is the violent interrupter located on? That's Pastor Scapa, that's St. Croix, correct?
Yeah, we have one in St. Croix, and we're actually... I have a candidate that's going to fill a position over here in St. Thomas as well.
All right. Okay. Senator James, I think you had a question? I guess so. You have? Go ahead. Tis me and you, the Gali we. Oh, no, Senator Francis is here.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, for the question. As far as how to say it, I heard what you said, Chief of Staff Carney, but I don't want the Office of Gun Violence out there pretending to be VIP there and breaking up any fights, number one. And then are going to tell me, you're going to need batons and guns.
No, Senator, that's not what we do. Our work is on the face-to-face level. We're not breaking up the fights. We're preventing them.
Please.
We really need to have an off-the-record conversation so I can really inform the senators on how we do what we do.
But you don't need to inform us. The legislation is clear. The law is clear. Like, let me give you an example. You need a referral line. Do we have a referral line? What's the number I can call right now? There's a student at X, Y, and Z school, want to, whatever. What number can I give them right now?
340-227-1049.
All right. Then you're supposed to be providing counseling. How is that counseling going right now? How is that going?
When we talk to
Who
young
is doing the
people,
counseling? Who?
when I do the counseling, my violence interrupter does the counseling. My survivor engagement specialist does the counseling. All right? So, yeah, we do the counseling. And if we can also use Human Services, Department of Health, because they're on our advisory council that assist us with that. That's why we have an advisory council to use other government agencies to help provide those services. When we had that incident, we used the health counselors to do that because there was a lot of kids that needed to be talked to.
So I brought this up last year, and you told me, when you came on board?
March
of last
year.
And I asked you when you came on, hey, I said, hey, based on the law, by August 31st, you're supposed to submit the report. Have you ever submitted a report to us?
Not for last year, but there's one coming for this year.
All right, cool.
We'll be swear, because we want to make sure that you get the report that you asked for.
Because the reason why I'm asking you this, right? The legislation is clear. Provide counseling and resources, referrals to families, compile data on the incidence of gun injuries and deaths in the Virgin Islands, and issue quarterly reports to entities that provide assistance to the office. How are those quarterly reports being done? Where are they being stored? Where can I find that right now?
I can provide those for you.
Through the chair, you know what, not even through the chair. In the committee of jurisdiction, I would deal with that. We're dealing with the budget hearing. I'm just making sure that with the staff and the personnel that you have right now, and that we are funding with this budget, that what is being mandated in the Virgin Islands Code is being done. And it's nothing personal. And I want you to understand this, because I can see you getting upset. But you can't be a violence interrupter if you're getting upset. Okay? So just be easy. So moving forward to the other questions. As far as the policy advisor, I saw where you have a vacancy for a policy advisor. How many policy advisors do you have?
5. 4 and 1 vacant position.
And you have anybody who came forward for the policy advisor position?
No, not as yet.
And you can't find any former senators, somebody out there that needs some work?
We're very particular with our hiring.
Okay. And as far as the protocol officer, I know you mentioned that you have that vacancy, but I think it should be wise to have 2. Suppose that individual falls sick. The government is on a standstill.
Tasia and...
Yeah, I'm sorry, I stand corrected. We have filled that vacancy.
You have?
Yeah.
Put
we
in the
hired
next
out
one.
Tasha was at Phillips since the time. Yeah, since the time that position was
Suppose
vacant.
that person get ill, got pregnant, have to do something. You're back on a standstill. You need to have 2 protocol officers. Can you work on that?
So we have somebody that does the job in-house, and because of that concern, we've recently supplemented them with a contractor that also supports them.
And Andrew Rutnick, I see that you have communication consulting for $50,000, but you still have Media One. What is he's doing different from Media One?
So Media One does production, videography, camera work, that sort of thing, and he does more providing interaction with the St. John community. He's not doing production stuff. He's doing more PR and that sort of thing for us.
And then with the 81,000 that we're paying for annually for the office spaces on St. Croix, I know you mentioned that you already have offices and agencies or departments and agencies occupying that space, but how many other empty office space do you have?
Where?
The one on St. Croix for the Carlton.
We have practically no empty office space.
So everything is fully occupied.
Everything is spoken for.
And where I have it someplace here. My other question to you, right? With the curator, I think the curator falls under DPNR, right?
We transferred it very early on to DPNR.
So that's no longer under the office of the governor.
No, sir.
But a little off the topic, as far as all the assets and the things that belongs to the government of the Virgin Islands, the office of the governor, you as the chief of staff, to make sure that we procure and serve our culture, have you been monitoring that to make sure that everything is accounted for in government house and the list goes on?
Yes, we have.
That's correct. It's dead. It's documented.
Okay, thank you for placing that on the record. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. And then we're going to go to Senator Francis. But let me ask quickly. You said you had how many policy advisors? 4?
5.
5.
That's right.
So who are your policy advisors?
Colette Monroe.
Okay, it's not. I don't want to know who they are per se, but I want to know who they are and what agencies do they provide assistance to.
So we have 5 policy advisors. The way we structure the office is we've divvied up the government in health and human services as one cluster, environment, energy, and infrastructure is another. We have economic development. We have public safety, and we have. Which one am I missing? No. Which one am I missing? Education. Sorry, education and workforce development.
So who's your policy advisor for education and workforce development?
Sana Joseph Smith.
Shana Joseph Smith?
Sana Joseph
Sana.
Smith.
Okay. So, and all of these positions are filled?
All of those are filled, yes.
Okay, so who deals with your economic development? You said?
Toya Malone.
Toya Malone. So that's the entity that if we move legislation that's tied to the one that I talked about earlier, a tax study commission.
Mm-hmm.
Is that person responsible for ensuring that this legislation is implemented? Having a conversation with the governor, because this really falls under the chief of staff of the office of the governor. So talk to me. Is this a priority or not?
That would not. It is a priority. We've had discussions in the past because we know that you've advocated for it. So I can't say that it was a priority when the governor entered office, but we do know that this is a priority of yours, which puts it on our list of priorities as well. Once the body, there's lots of legislation that haven't been enacted, but when the body dings us on it and says, hey, we need to see this enacted, we put it on the priority list. But the financial team would be the ones that really steer that conversation between myself, the governor, and the financial team.
So are we good with our tax structure in the territory?
We have some ideas as to what we can do differently, but certainly, again, we do not dismiss the need to have a proper examination of it.
All right, so we need to look at other states because most states have a tax study commission and they do a review every 5 years.
Okay.
There was another important question that slipped my mind. So let me go to Senator James Francis. Senator Francis, you're recognized for your questions because it's just a few of us in here. So you can proceed with your questions.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So the whole discussion about the violence, Office of Gun Violence Prevention, I wanted us to kind of really understand, the mechanism behind of that office, because I think that, we expect the instant satisfaction of the problem that we're seeing here in the Virgin Islands, and I must say that it is pervasive. The problem is pervasive and it really has been around for a long time. And we can't expect just the Virgin Islands Police Department. We can't just expect the Office of Gun Violence Prevention to address this problem. We have to speak to our clergy. We have to speak with Human Services. When we talk about the wraparound service, Department of Education, and all of those entities. I engaged with Mr. Tony Manuel and the Office of Gun gun violence prevention. Quite often, I make referrals to them. I have conversation about what they're doing as well, and I think it'll be very wise for us to be able to get a snapshot, get an explanation or discussion about what happens. A lot of times, we don't get to see the work that's done behind the scene of the individuals that may be engaged, to try to prevent a crime, or even when a crime occurs, then there's a deep discussion that happens, so we don't continue it. That you have some immediate reaction to it, apprehension to it, and I believe that when you look at the individuals, the small office of gun violence prevention, they're actually being effective by going in and doing some of that interruption that's required. But the problem is deep, and it requires a lot of tremendous amount of work and certainly support, and they need the necessary manpower to continue to address this particular situation. But it's not going to happen overnight. As a former law enforcement officer myself, it's not going to happen overnight. We have to truly get in there and work to build this community back. So I'm in total support of the Office of Gun Violence, because again, I know what they feel and I know what they do. So Mr. Chief of Staff Carl Knight, in regards to your list of events that I'm seeing here under your miscellaneous section, I didn't see anything for the Caribbean Friendship Festivities. I know that I think it was last year that we resurrected that whole VI Caribbean Friendship events. I don't see anything listed here for that. Can you speak to that?
We did resurrect it last year. It had been dormant for a while. No, we don't have anything funded here per se. Not to say that we won't do something, but we haven't necessarily. That wasn't part of our planning as we prepared the budget. But it is something that we were able to resurrect, and we do want to see continued. We have some folks that are very committed to that, but I don't think we're able to identify a number and time to say this is what we're going to do and this is how much it's going to cost us.
You and I are those folks that's committed to this, right? So we are Caribbean people. We have roots beyond these Virgin Islands, and we certainly need to make sure that we continue that relationship that was very, very well attended last year. Do you happen to know what was the tab for last year activities?
We could get that number for you. So I would say the reception side of it is incorporated into our budget, where we talk about annual activities. That's one of the receptions. So we fund our receptions out of that. So the reception piece we could take care of and address. The hosting, the overtime, the catering, that's built into this budget. If there's anything that we do beyond that, that's where we would need to look at additional funding. I don't know if we have that number very handy, Ms. Durant. The Caribbean reception that we held?
No, I don't.
But we could certainly get you that breakout. We have those costs itemized, and I could get that to you, Senator.
Very well, thank you. I'm very interested in making sure that we continue to fund that, because I thought it was a very good activity, and certainly we want to keep our Caribbean folks engaged as well. I have no further questions. I certainly, again, want to thank the Office of the Governor for the work that you continue to do. And, we need to make sure that we continue to keep the other agencies engaged in terms of their responsibility and their responsiveness as well. And I know that you're tasked with, you and the Deputy Chief of Staff is tasked with making sure that that continues. So I appreciate the work that has been done, and I just implore that we continue to have some oversight in terms of response and responsiveness to this body, as we collectively work towards bringing some resolution to these ailing community issues. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis. There's a point of information by Senator James.
Yes, thank you, Madam.
Yes, Madam Chair, I just want to say that I too support Office of Gun Violence, not with just my mouth, with my vote. But I want to make it very clear that we press many departments and agencies for quarterly reports, data, transparency, and the list goes on. And all we're basically saying, I don't have time to be micromanaging the Office of Gun Violence. But if we have those reports and quarterly reports where we can find them easily, then we won't be having this discussion. So I'm basically saying, just do what the law says, so we don't have to second guess about funding it. Because if you need funding, we want to be able to justify it. We're in a budget hearing right now. So if you need funding based on a report, we could say, well, what? X, Y, and Z, this is the report. Yes, Madam Chair, they need $10,000 more dollars. We don't have that data right here today. And that's the argument, data. So I'm basically saying we could give this money to a non-profit organization and empower them. Wrap around service. They could go out there and hold the events. But that's not what we're paying y'all to do. We want data. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Understood, Senator. If I may, fully in agreement. That's the conversations we've been having, KPIs, or strategic planning. That's the conversation that we're having. So I have no doubt that we can produce some of that for you. I think the only challenge that we have is a lot of the work that we do, there's no data. And that's what I need to be able to explain. It's hard to bring it out in this setting, but some of that intervention work that we do, some of those touch points that we make with residents, there's really no data that is gathered at that. Some of it is really, in many cases, it doesn't lend itself to quantitative analysis. It's all about the quality of what we're doing.
Thank you. I was just going to tell you about quantitative and qualitative data. You probably hear me in my head.
Probably in your brain.
So yeah, but you said something that I must disagree with you. So while folks want to remain anonymous, that does not prevent you from providing information as it relates to what that looked like. What is it that we provided support to? 1, 2, 3, whatever it is. We need the information because we need to see, and this is not a new conversation. We had this discussion last year. Of course, the director was new, but I come back down here this year with the same thing.
No, I think we've made a lot more progress since that
but
conversation
we got to see
last
it. What we do is it briefs well. We do a lot of this, right? But we need to see.
Sure.
It briefs well. But you have to give us something that says, look, it's okay to give this funding for this program because they were able to show us that this is what they're doing. I know that it's customary for you to come down to the legislature and I ask for $50 and we give it. We ain't doing that no more. We're not doing that anymore. We need to show and prove. We have to show and prove. There's a lot of pressure here. And I always remind everyone, but for the storms of 2017, I say this at every hearing, but for the storms of 2017, or prior to 2017, we were on the brink of collapse. We all know this. We were able to get a leg up because of that disaster. So definitely God was in the midst, regardless of what happened here. So we have all these federal dollars, and we're seeing the federal dollars coming into the community. We see that we got federal dollars from the whole COVID situation, but those monies are going to go away at some point. So we have to plan for the future. So what happens when those funds go away and we continue to stack our budget, but we're not making sure that the things that we need to get done are being done, then what are we going to do? We are, you know that it's always a cycle, right? We cycle in and we cycle out. Mm-hmm. So we got to come to that point where we know what we're doing. That's the only ask. So we're going to ask you to please provide us with that report from the Office of Gun Violence so we could determine whether or not the decision that was made in 2020 was in fact, we're seeing movement based on that decision. We can't keep talking about it. It's the talk done. Okay? Senator, carry on. We were just about to close. You have a burning question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to kind of reiterate my support for the Office of Gun Violence. I am hearing the concerns from my colleague, and I understand about the data process. And we would like to see some of that information, Director. But I'm one that believe in the Office of Gun Violence. I've seen in other jurisdictions where it has worked positively, and the data has proven the results of it. And I think that's what my colleagues here are asking. They want to see the data to show the progress. I do understand that the office is still in its infancy stage, if we could call it that. And I think only now you're fully, you still have some vacancies, or you're fully now?
We're not fully staffed yet, but we're getting close.
Okay, so you're not even fully staffed. So
Right.
you've been in the last year, two, seeking qualified individuals to fill the positions that you have. So just want to ask my colleagues, let's give them a chance. To now they're getting fully staffed. But next time around, really, we want to see that data information to really justify the work that you're doing. It's needed. We just want to make sure you do the right thing for people that we need in our community. With regards to the Commission on Aging, I just would like to ask, because there was money that was appropriated in FY22. Where is that funding?
Senator, let me, I probably need to confer with the Office of Management and Budget. I honestly don't have an answer as we sit here. Our focus has been on filling the commissioners on the commission. That was where my office was actively engaged. I need to check on the actual status of it and the funding.
And with regards to the emancipation activities, I see that there's 10,000 that has been appropriated for FY24. Do you think that is sufficient? When I look and compare to other activities and events that we hold in the territory, friendship with BVI, friendship with VIPR, I really think that $10,000 is just a drop in the bucket of what we could do to really commemorate our history and what our ancestors went through. So I of course, we want reports and ensure that organizations that are receiving funding are doing the appropriate thing. But I really would like the Office of the Governor to take a more proactive approach in celebrating who we are and our history. So $10,000 to me, it's a drop in the bucket when you compare to the money we're putting in other events and activities and celebration.
I see that.
So please take a look at that and work to really have a plan to really promote better and share our story.
Understood.
Thank you very much.
I have to agree with you, Senator Carrion, but I'm definitely not going to agree with you that we're going to have them provide a report next time. They're going to provide it this time. They had more than enough time, and we need to get the information. We have to be able to build our budgets based on information. We may not have all that we want, but we have to have, we don't even have KPIs for this division. So we're going to close, and we're going to close with the question of the day. And of course, on the page 3 of your testimony, you made reference to one of the fiscal year 2024 goals of the administration, and I guess its areas of focus is to restore fiscal solvency and operational stability to the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority.
Correct.
And of course, we made some decisions here in our last 2 sessions, yesterday and the session that we had in April with regards to WAPA. And one of the requirements of the line of credit was that the Office of the Governor, I believe we put it on the Office of the Governor, move forward with the, let me see if you're paying attention or I read it. What is it that you all were supposed to be doing?
We should be securing the services of a management, I forgot the term.
A management
but
company.
You have asked us to revisit the legislation that had been passed a few years ago and secure the services of a management company. That RFP is substantively complete. We actually think we'll have something ready to advertise by next week.
Sounds good. It's about time that we get movement on this, and it's unfortunate that every time you look around, the gift that keeps on giving, which is WAPA, comes to this institution for us to do, let me just put it there, to do, but when we put the different mandates in there, it's like our mandates don't have any teeth.
We are adhering to the mandates that were, the line of credit was conditioned on, and that includes that RFP.
Okay, perfect. So we're happy to hear that, and I don't believe that we have any other questions, and if we do, we will work with you offline to resolve any other issues that I'm certain you're going to get correspondence from my office outlining some of the things that we expect to receive in order to move forward with the Office of the Governor's budget. But Thank you for the work that you do. We know that the work that you do is not easy because the Office of the Governor is the entity that's responsible for every single Virgin Islander. There's one more ask. You have the budget book of 2024?
Yes, I do.
Correct. I want you to take the opportunity when you have some time to look at the fund balances, particularly those fund balances that are used to fund this 24 budget, and those that are in the red. We are not going to be utilizing any red balances to fund our 24 budget. We've asked the Office of Department of Finance to look at those fund balances and do the necessary reconciliations. We can't continue to do this. We have to be a lot more fiscally responsible. So please, that's a priority for the 35th legislature. Okay?
Understood.
All right. So one more, and then we're going to go to recess because we have the fine folks of the Office of the Lieutenant Governor's Office excited to wrap up their budget, which is going to be easy. They're a major economic driver. So let's do this.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chief Knight, when OMB Director Jennifer O'Neill was here, and in her presentation, we realized that there's a number of departments that have been failing in using the federal funds grants that they've received. And she shared some of the issues and challenges that sometimes she's having with the agency heads. What conversation from your level are you having with cabinet members to ensure some of these went back to 18 and 19? And it shouldn't be happening. I mean, we shouldn't have to be asking continually for extension of grants or sending money back. And she shouldn't be having the struggles that she's having with some of the agency heads to provide reports and information or just use the fund that is available.
Yeah, so we're actively involved in those conversations, Senator. As you can imagine, it's disturbing to us as well. We actually have right now 2 business process improvement efforts underway simultaneously. One was led by the Office of Management and Budget. They actually contracted for someone to assist them in that process. At the same time, we engaged with ASTO, who had done some work for health. We loved the work that they did. Department of Interior funded us to expand their work on federal grants and the processes involved with administering federal grants. They have focused on some of the front-end work that needs to be done. So the federal grant process is a long process, but if you don't get it right from the beginning, then on the back end you run into problems. So they've been working on the front end of that process. We continue to work with our agencies that are short-staffed to try to help them get the staffing in. I see departments like education are now really staffing up on their federal grant side. They're bringing in folks with expertise that can really help manage their grants. So on a case-by-case, particularly with the larger agencies, we are really pushing to solve the grants process. Some of them, the grants are they aren't entered properly. The notifications as to, hey, we just got awarded this funds, let's go ahead and put the budget on the system, let's make sure the budget is on properly, let's start to put the accountability for the expenditure of the budget. There were a lot of things on the front end that weren't happening that we are actively working on improving. So we have a meeting coming up, I think next week, with a leadership team that's working with ASTO with a few of the other agencies. They're going to be briefing out on some of the policies and procedures that have been implemented. So it's an ongoing effort. And I don't want to make any excuses here, but I think a lot of agencies got buried with handling their annual formula grants, and then came an influx of ARPA, bill, Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act money, Inflation Reduction Act money. We still have CDBG
We're going to have to wrap this
money.
up. So, we're going to have to wrap this up.
I just hope to see some improvement. So please work on that area. Thank you.
Yeah, we have to see improvement. And just to Senator Carrion's point, when we look at the budget, we have agencies, and I mean, support has to be provided, or teeth need to be given to the OMB director somehow, because we have departments and agencies where their KPI is zero. The KPI, they have measurements, and then when you in the column that says how they're measuring, zero. That's because the information wasn't provided. And we're also going to ask you to please ask the departments to please send the required information that was requested by the post-audit division in a timely fashion. That also is not happening. So, everything is like pulling teeth. Everything. So we can't keep sitting waiting for information. Those things were long due. Correct, Mr. Post-Auditor? All right. So the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance stands in recess for 15 minutes.
Six Productions.
The Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is back on the record. Madam Clerk, can you please read the next block into the record, please? Block 2.
Block 2, Office of the Lieutenant Governor, invited testifier, Ms. Monica Williams-Caban, Chief of Staff, Office of the Governor. That ends the reading of Block 2, Madam Chair.
Chief of Staff, Office of the Lieutenant Governor.
I'm sorry,
All
Chief
right.
of Staff, Office of the Lieutenant Governor.
All right, very well. Okay, so welcome to the Office of the Lieutenant Governor. And of course, you're here today to defend your 2024 budget. I see that you have Miss Attorney Williams-Caban. You have a number of your chief or your senior leadership team that's here with you. So we're going to ask that you start with putting your name and title on the record, and the others can follow suit. So, Chief Attorney Williams-Caban, you may proceed with your name and title.
Monica Williams-Caban, Chief of Staff for the Office of the Lieutenant Governor.
Good afternoon. Claudette Farrington, Director of Business and Financial Management, Office of the Lieutenant Governor.
Good afternoon. Denise Johannes, Director of the Division of Corporations and Trademarks.
Good afternoon. Erica Dover, Director of Recorder of Deeds Office, St. Thomas District.
Dolace McLean, General Counsel, Office of the Lieutenant Governor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Acting Director Glendina Matthew, Division of Banking, Insurance, and Financial Regulation.
Good afternoon. Brent Laird, I'm Tax Collector, Office of the Lieutenant Governor.
Somebody missing.
Mr. Mills?
Mr. Mills still ill?
Yeah, he is participating virtually. He's away on medical leave still.
Mr. Mills is on the Teams?
Yes.
Mr. Mills? We're not seeing him. Media, can you please find out if Mr. Mills is on the Teams? We're not seeing him. Did he get a Teams link?
He's on this monitor.
We're not seeing him. I'm on the monitor. Oh, we're seeing
This is Mr. George.
Mr. George. Mr. George, you want to put your name and title on the record?
Good morning, Madam. My name is Chris George, Administrator of the GIS Division, Office of the Lieutenant Governor.
And you're representing Mr. Mills, or Mr. Mills is not on yet?
He's not on yet. I mean, he was on.
Okay, we're going to allow you to move forward with your testimony and just ask Mr. Mills to please sign on once we are.
We have
Is anyone else on?
St. Croix.
Is anyone else from the Office of the Lieutenant Governor on? Oh, there's individuals in the St. Croix.
Shalma is the Assistant Tax Assessor.
Please put your name and title on the record, those of you that's on St. Croix.
Good afternoon, Shalma Moorhead, Assistant Tax Assessor.
Ms. Moorhead.
Good afternoon. C. Portia Pierre, District Recorder of Deeds for St. Croix.
Could you say your name again?
C. Portia Pierre, District Recorder of Deeds for St. Croix.
Okay. And we have one testimony, right?
Yes.
Okay. You may proceed, Attorney Williams-Caban, with your testimony.
Okay, good morning, Committee Chairperson, Honorable Donna A. Fred Gregory, and honorable members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, other senators present today, as well as the viewing and listening audiences. I am Monica Williams Carbon, Esquire, Chief of Staff for the Office of the Lieutenant Governor, which is under the leadership of the Honorable Tregenza A. Roach, Esquire, Lieutenant Governor of the United States Virgin Islands. I most respectfully appear before you today on behalf of Lieutenant Governor Roach to present testimony in support of the Office of the Lieutenant Governor's fiscal year 2024 budget request, which includes a summary of the accomplishments for fiscal year 2023 and future goals for fiscal year 2024. It has always been a priority of Lieutenant Governor Roach to regain and maintain public confidence in the ability of the government of the Virgin Islands to carry out its statutorily mandated duties and responsibilities through transparency, efficiency, consistency, and integrity, while providing crucial services to the members of the Virgin Islands community and collecting local revenues to support critical public services. In furtherance of this goal, the Office of the Lieutenant Governor has utilized its funding allotments to undertake several initiatives which have allowed it to evolve with an emphasis on improving the lives of the members of this community by enhancing the way that its divisions and subdivisions provide services and by enhancing its revenue collection capabilities. Collectively, the divisions within LGO provide essential services to the people of this territory, including but not limited to the licensing, registration, and regulation of businesses that fall within the jurisdiction of the respective divisions, the recording and the provision of access to critical land ownership documents and information, the collection and provision of access to geodetic data used by public and private entities that provide emergency and other essential services, the processing of passport applications, which makes it possible for members of this community to travel around the world, the provision of consumer protection services to protect members of the community from unsound and unfair consumer practices, the processing of notary seals and apostilles that authenticate official documents to be used and recognized in foreign countries when traveling in and out of the United States, and the education and counseling of the members of this community through outreach. LGO's divisions not only provide services, but many are a major source of revenue for the government of the Virgin Islands. The Division of Real Property Tax, standing alone, makes LGO the second largest revenue-generating government agency in the territory and helps the government of the Virgin Islands to sustain its revenue collections during the month of June and subsequent months when real property taxes become due each year. Before I proceed, I would like to note that the Office of the Lieutenant Governor has come a long way since the late 1980s when I served as an intern with the office, and the 1990s when I first joined the LGO team as a full-time employee, intermittently leaving to pursue higher learning and fulfill other career objectives and subsequently returning. Notable is the fact that some divisions within LGO have assumed additional statutory duties and responsibilities, requiring increased staffing levels, and in some instances, more and special qualifications to perform those additional duties and responsibilities. However, despite these additional duties and responsibilities, I have witnessed a decrease in LGO staffing levels, similar to other departments and agencies both in the territory and on the mainland. Additionally, since the 1990s, many of LGO's divisions have automated their processes, creating a more efficient and customer-friendly environment by making it possible for many of its customers to conduct business and receive services without leaving their homes or offices, and for those outside of the territory to be able to conduct business from their locations. However, in order for LGO's divisions to efficiently and effectively perform their statutory functions, human resources are needed to perform such functions as performing field work, such as conducting financial examinations and assessing real property values, analyzing data, approving applications, conducting outreach, and educating members of the public about services offered. Notwithstanding the challenges, including the post-pandemic stress of COVID-19 that continues to afflict the members of LGO staff and the members of this community as a whole in different ways, thus far, during fiscal year 2023, LGO has had several noteworthy accomplishments as a result of the hard work and continued sacrifices of its very dedicated, experienced, qualified, and competent staff across all the divisions within LGO. On behalf of the Lieutenant Governor, I publicly commend the members of LGO staff, without whom LGO could not have achieved any of its accomplishments. As I try to summarize the many accomplishments of LGO's divisions, please note that this list of accomplishments is not all-inclusive, as there are many more to speak of, given more time. The Division of Business and Financial Management continues to serve as the nucleus of all financial activities and operations for the Office of the Lieutenant Governor, providing budgetary support and overseeing the day-to-day financial procurement for all divisions within LGO, to include facilitating the procurement of supplies and services and centralizing the maintenance of all personnel, time and attendance activity, and financial records. It is also responsible for the overall collection of revenues with the direct oversight of cashier services. Through this division, LGO has begun the process of relocating LGO divisions on the island of St. Croix. We are in possession of premises in the town of Christiansted, which will house some divisions. We have been addressing at that location the electrical and infrastructure needs of each division and are utilizing a phased approach, beginning with the relocation of the staff of our VI Ship Medicare program and the passport acceptance facility. The division has also made its final offer to close on the purchase of the building in the town of Christiansted that will also house some of LGO's divisions. It ensured site visits and a professional inspection of the premises were conducted and will oversee the retrofitting of the building to accommodate our relocation. We anticipate the closing in the near future. This division also secured funding for and has overseen the renovation of the passport facility on the island of St. Thomas, which is now substantially completed. It will also oversee other LGO projects, which are slated to commence this fiscal year or no later than in fiscal year 2024, such as the renovation of Scion Farm Great House on the island of St. Croix and LGO's main building located at Government Hill on the island of St. Thomas. Additionally, this division has completed the required processing and approval of the paperwork necessary for the negotiated salary increases to be implemented under the United Steelworkers Masters Agreement for LGO's classified employees. Covered employees can expect to see those increases on their paychecks by the end of July. In an effort to address LGO staffing issues, the division has begun the process to work with each division to reorganize LGO, updating job classifications and assessing staffing levels to determine when new positions are needed to sustain LGO's future operations. This is a huge task, as there are many divisions within LGO, and the duties and responsibilities of and respective job positions within each of these divisions are so varied. Many divisions perform duties and responsibilities similar to and are therefore comparable to other departments and agencies in the Virgin Islands government. It is LGO's hope to bring its employees on competitive footing with these other government departments and agencies, commencing with those covered under the same collective bargaining agreement. We commend the very small staff of the Division of Business and Financial Management for their hard work, commitment, dedication, and sacrifice to ensure that LGO employees have safe and comfortable working environments and to provide support to LGO's other divisions. The Division of Banking, Insurance, and Financial Regulations has, of May 2023, collected $23,370,558.89 in premium taxes, licensing and registration fees, and fines from the entities that are licensed and regulated by the division. The Honorable Lieutenant Governor Roach, at a press conference held on May 24th, 2023, announced that the division has recently issued a license to a new health insurance carrier, which will offer individual private medical insurance coverage to residents in the territory, thereby filling the long-standing void in the health insurance market. LGO has received confirming calls from a number of citizens thanking LGO for this accomplishment. It has been estimated that 30% of the territory's population is uninsured. This lack of coverage was rooted in the fact that the United States territories were not included in the health insurance mandate that the of the Affordable Care Act. We are excited that with this development, we will see a reduction in the uninsured population. We commend the hardworking, qualified, experienced, and dedicated staff of this division who devoted countless hours to examine the financial sustainability of Optimum Global Insurance Company, applying the very statutory requirements that were adopted through legislation and implemented by the division as the means of achieving and maintaining its accreditation status with the National Association of Insurance Commissioners. In light of the volatility of the health insurance industry resulting from the unpredictability of the occurrence of events such as the COVID-19 pandemic, the hard work, education, experience, and skills of the division staff in examining and analyzing a company's ability to sustain its operations over time is the best protection this community has in terms of continued solvency. Thus far, during fiscal year 2023, the division continued to serve as the administrative and regulatory arm of the Virgin Islands Banking Board, for which the Lieutenant Governor serves as the chairman. It coordinated presentations by the 5 local banks for the State of the Bank report, where each bank reported on its operations for year-end December 2022. The division also facilitated discussions on banking products and services available to customers in the territory. During fiscal year 2023, the members of the division staff have to date performed outreach by participating in the agricultural fair and cultural food fairs on the islands of St. Croix and St. Thomas, providing educational material to more than 500 persons in the territory. They are also scheduled to perform outreach at this year's annual food fair later this month on the island of St. John. We are also pleased to announce that the division has hired dedicated staff to update the listing of unclaimed property under the division's custody and have entered into a contract with a vendor to create an online unclaimed property database management and claims processing system, which will allow holders of unclaimed property to file unclaimed property reports and claimants to search and submit their claims for unclaimed property through the database. The database is expected to go online during fiscal year 2024. During fiscal year 2024, the division will also be coordinating and hosting in both districts the Virgin Islands Insurance Industry Symposium. Additionally, the securities unit within the division will be implementing a web-based system which will allow the unit to be able to conduct examinations of investment advisors that are domiciled in the territory. We commend the very hardworking, committed, and dedicated staff of this division who make it possible for the division to fulfill its statutory obligation to license and regulate the entities under its jurisdiction. The Recorder of Deeds Division has, as of May 2023, collected $14,989,928.37 in stamp taxes and other miscellaneous fees. We are pleased to announce that e-recording is now available for customers such as attorneys and realtors who record documents affecting ownership of real property for multiple transactions on a daily, weekly, or monthly basis. These persons and entities can now record those documents remotely from their homes or offices. This new accommodation will expedite transactions by industry users who will be able to do all of their transactions and make payments online. This will also allow the staff to devote more time and attention to assisting individual customers who come to the office and are not familiar with our processes. The division is in the process of securing a vendor to expand online access on its database to ownership index cards and estate cards. It is anticipated that this expansion will take place during fiscal year 2024 and will allow the division to be 100% automated. We commend the small but hardworking and dedicated staff of this division for the crucial service they provide to this community. The Division of Real Property Tax, comprised of the Office of the Tax Assessor and the Office of the Tax Collector, collects significant revenues for the territory, second only to the Bureau of Internal Revenue. Last year, we announced the implementation of a citizen access portal, which went live in June of 2022. This online system allows homeowners to access many of the services provided by the division from their homes and offices. Services provided include initiating and executing installment payment plans, obtaining tax status reports, obtaining tax clearance certificates, verifying ownerships of property, and conducting sales comparative searches to discover the sale price for properties sold in a particular area. Customers are asked to visit the online portal at https://propertytax.vi.gov to explore these features and to utilize the services offered. We continue to receive positive feedback regarding how much customers are able to accomplish using the portal. At this time, payments online can only be made using Visa credit cards. However, a credit card authorization form can be accessed online and can be used to make payments using both Visa and MasterCard. These forms must be printed, completed, and emailed to the division using the address provided on the form. Both card types, as well as payments using cash and check, can be made in person. As of May 2023, the Office of the Tax Collector collected $11,540,459.26 in real property taxes, which represents delinquent property taxes. Current year taxes are paid between June, when taxes become due, and August of each year. An increase in the payment of current year real property taxes usually occurs in the months of July and August, because August 30th is the deadline for property owners to pay their taxes before they become delinquent. A real property tax auction was held on May 30th and 31st of this year. The auction was part of the division's efforts to fulfill its statutory responsibility to collect delinquent real property taxes. As we know, property taxes are a vital source of local revenue for the territory and all jurisdictions in the United States and in many other countries. During fiscal year 2024, the Office of the Tax Assessor will be commencing a 5-year project to reappraise all properties in the territory as part of its statutory responsibility to obtain accurate and up-to-date property values, which are used to determine property taxes. The office is in the process of soliciting a vendor and securing a contract to manage and oversee this process. We publicly commend the very dedicated and hardworking staff of the Division of Real Property Tax for their work in continuing to serve the members of the Virgin Islands community and to collect revenue for the government of the Virgin Islands. The Division of Geospatial Information Systems, under the supervision of an administrator, is responsible for providing the critical geospatial backbone for the territory by collecting and storing geodetic data. Geodetic data is used to represent the exact position of locations on the Earth, and it is a necessary part of any technology that is based on spatial location, such as navigation and surveying. I believe that most of us are familiar with the global positioning system known as GPS, which utilizes geodetic data to guide us on our journeys to our destinations using our cell phones and the navigation equipment in our vehicles. Last year, we reported that the division was awaiting permission to complete the final phase of the street addressing initiative, which was revived in the current administration. This initiative will culminate with the creation of a master address repository for the territory. that will improve the services provided to the members of this community by first responders and other entities that provide emergency services. Since our last reporting, the division was required to fulfill certain requirements and has fulfilled those requirements, including the execution of contracts with the respective vendors that will be used to complete the project. We are working with the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority to obtain approval to move forward with this final phase. Once completed, the U.S. Virgin Islands will be incorporated into the U.S. Department of Transportation National Address Database. Note that St. John is slated to be the first island to be completed in the process and will be the first island in the Eastern Caribbean to have a fully functioning navigation system. We are also pleased to announce that the division was inducted into the Environmental Systems Research Institute, known as ESRI, Caribbean Land Administrator User Group, which is composed of the Caribbean's top land managers and mapping professionals with a purpose of sharing, improving, and standardizing various practices and procedures for the overall betterment of the Caribbean region. This division continues to be the official mapping data source for all the major players in navigation technology, including Google Maps, Apple Maps, OpenStreetMap, TomTom, and Esri, and continues to aid various Virgin Islands communities and homeowners associations in naming streets in their neighborhoods. The most recent being the Grove Place community in St. Croix and various Coral Bay estates in St. John. The division also continues to host the GIS Division's public GIS data viewer, known as usvi.mapgeo.io, which is the most comprehensive website for Virgin Islands land data and most widely used government website, totaling more than 7,000 unique viewers per month. The Division of Corporations and Trademarks has, as of May 2023, collected $2,717,801.14 in registration fees, filing fees, and franchise taxes thus far. The division experiences its highest peak in collections in the month of June, as June 30th is the deadline for registered entities to pay their franchise taxes. In fiscal year 2022, the division collected $2,824,629.77 in the month of June alone. Therefore, we anticipate an increase in the month of June for this fiscal year. Additionally, as of May of this year, exempt LLCs are now a part of the online Catalyst system, which allows these entities to register, receive good standing certificates, and file annual reports without having to visit the office. As reported last year, since the implementation of this online Catalyst system, collections have increased an average of 20%. The division is currently working with its vendor to launch the trademark module as part of the Catalyst system in August of this year. This new capability will allow persons who have U.S. federally registered trademarks to register and maintain registration through the Catalyst system. Once this enhancement goes online, 100% of all entities required to be registered with the division will be able to register and conduct business through the Catalyst system. The VI SHIP Medicare program encompasses two federal programs: the State Health Insurance Assistance Program, also known as SHIP, and the Medicare program. Both programs are managed on a local level by the staff of the VI SHIP Medicare program, whose primary duties are to educate and counsel Medicare beneficiaries about the services that are available to them under the two programs, and to assist the beneficiaries in making informed decisions regarding important health insurance and healthcare issues. During fiscal year 2023, as of May 2023, the staff of the program made 470 individual beneficiary contacts through in-person, telephone, and email, and 749 group outreach contacts. It also spearheaded an educational radio public service announcement campaign to inform Medicare beneficiaries of VI ship services and Medicare options. Additionally, the program was awarded funding for, and in fiscal year 2024 will begin a series of mental health well-being seminars to help Medicare beneficiaries in understanding and coping with increased feelings of loneliness, sadness, depression, and anxiety as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. We commend the small but very hard-working, dedicated staff of this crucial program. The Virgin Islands passport acceptance facilities are the local agencies designated to issue U.S. passports in the territory. As we move into the endemic phase of COVID-19, persons have resumed domestic and international travel. While the passport acceptance facilities do not establish the requirements for obtaining passports, they are authorized to accept on behalf of the United States Department of State Passport Services all applications for passports. In calendar year 2022, the passport facilities served more than 7,000 customers who applied for passports or required assistance with reporting stolen or lost passports, or who required statements of consent for minors under 16. As of May 2023, the passport facilities have collected $906,978,000 in fees associated with passport applications. We are pleased to announce that within the next month or two, the passport acceptance facility on the island of St. Thomas will be offering its services in its newly renovated offices. This renovation has been pending for some time, and we were finally able to make it happen. Note that the passport facility on the island of St. Croix will join other LGO offices in relocating to the leased premises in the town of Christiansted for a more comfortable and pleasing environment. We commend the small but very dedicated, knowledgeable, and committed staff of the passport acceptance facilities who, despite the many challenges, continue to provide this crucial service to the members of this community. The Division of Management Information System is also a support division within LGO, and as the name denotes, provides system management, diagnostic support, and maintenance for the computer and technology systems for the many divisions within LGO. During fiscal year 2023, this division continues to upgrade security measures for the protection of LGO's data and to work with the various remote vendors contracted by LGO's divisions to create and maintain local systems. This division's role in automating the services offered by LGO has made it possible for LGO to enhance its revenue-generating capabilities and the services provided by each division. It will continue to play an integral part in LGO's realization of its fiscal year 2024 goals as they pertain to the automation of the services provided. We commend the staff of the MIS division for their hard work, commitment, and dedication to creating a more secure computer environment for LGO staff and ensuring that LGO's various systems and databases are functioning the way they should. The legal division plays a critical role in the day-to-day operations of LGO. Specifically, legal counsel, as well as other attorneys throughout the other LGO divisions, participate in the contract process for selecting the vendors that are responsible for creating, maintaining, and supporting the systems and databases utilized by LGO's divisions to provide services and collect revenue. Legal counsel also drafts other legal documents and legislation needed for the efficient operations of all LGO divisions, and works with the Virgin Islands Department of Justice to bring resolution to various matters affecting both LGO and the government of the Virgin Islands. The legal division also oversees the notary unit. Notaries public are appointed and commissioned by the Lieutenant Governor to act as public servants. During fiscal year 2023, the staff of this unit obtained a certificate of qualification as notary public training instructor and will begin to host notary classes this summer to ensure that notaries public in the territory are well trained and up to date with notary requirements. This unit is also in the process of commencing the publication of a quarterly newsletter and will be implementing an annual notary conference. It will also begin to conduct periodic journal inspections to ensure accuracy and consistency in the conduct of notary business, as well as each notary's public's compliance with the requirements of the legislation adopted by the 34th legislature. During fiscal year 2024, a notary's public database is scheduled to go online. This database will allow notaries public to apply for commissions, renew commissions, and pay fees from the comfort of their home or offices. Members of the public will also be able to access a listing of all notaries public approved by the Lieutenant Governor. We commend this very small but hardworking and dedicated staff for their accomplishments. In light of all the activities and accomplishments of LGO, and in order to accomplish the goals for the divisions within LGO for fiscal year 2024, LGO is requesting $7,594,082.81 in general fund appropriations. All of this funding will be used to pay salaries, including fringe benefits for LGO employees. Some personnel and fringe benefits will be paid from LGO's other local funds. Additionally, all other expenses such as supplies, maintenance of LGO's premises, payments for leases and rents, monies to provide additional resources for projects for renovation of LGO's facilities, payments to vendors contracted with LGO's divisions to automate the provision of services and collect revenue for LGO will also be paid from LGO's other local funds. As always, Lieutenant Governor Roach thanks the members of this community for their continued support and constructive input regarding the operations of the Office of the Lieutenant Governor and its various divisions. He also extends his heartfelt gratitude and appreciation to the employees of the Office of the Lieutenant Governor, recognizing their continued commitment, service, and sacrifice to the Virgin Islands government and the people of this territory. Madam Chair, we have presented you with an overview of the Office of Lieutenant Governor's fiscal year 2023 activities and accomplishments and the fiscal year 2024 goals for which the funding in LGO's budget request is needed to allow LGO to continue to improve the services provided to the members of this community and to enhance its capabilities to continue to collect revenues for the government of the Virgin Islands. LGO's accomplishments have played a part, and its goals will play a part in restoring and rebuilding a more resilient Virgin Islands community where families can benefit from a stronger economy and infrastructure.
Thank you for your detailed presentation. So, colleagues, we're going to go to a 4-minute round. And I will start by, first of all, extending my deep condolences to the LGO family on the passing of your former employee, Ms. Cheryl Richards.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
And she's someone that has given a lot to the Lieutenant Governor's office over the years, so we can't forget her.
42 years.
Wow, 42 years.
42 years.
Yeah. All right, so we're going to go to a 4-minute round, and I'm going to open the round by asking, I note specifically in the recommendations for the FY 2024 general fund appropriations in particular, I see that you are reducing your general fund appropriation requests, which warms our heart, of course, but under other services and charges and the miscellaneous section, are you moving those categories or the expenses in those categories to your non-appropriated funds?
Senator Claudette Farrington, Director of Business and Financial Management.
Oh, you know what? I missed, and I apologize. Did I do it already? Yes, I did. You did put your name and title on the record. Yes. Okay, go ahead,
Okay.
Ms. Farrington.
So in terms of your question, the amount for the 349,309, yes, we would have to accommodate that in our other local funds. In terms of the 50,000, that's generally for refunds of property tax refunds. It's still paid from there. What happened is it's a matter of timing when the budget goes on the system. So we would have budgeted 50,000. It's a matter of timing. It's not normally necessarily reflected in the appropriation with the general fund budget submission.
Okay, so it'll be reflected when we see the actuals for 2023?
Yes, correct.
Understood.
Correct.
All right, colleagues, we are going to go to a 4-minute round, and we're going to start with Senator Francis. Senator Francis, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon, and welcome to the Lieutenant Governor's Office team. And I want to thank you very much for that comprehensive testimony. And of course, you have bragging rights as being the second largest revenue generator in the territory. Chair, I'm having a little bit of feedback.
Go ahead.
Thank you. My question out of the box, Ms. Carbon, and again, congratulations on your stick-to-itiveness within the Office of the Lieutenant Governor. You seem to have been around a while. You talk about Ms. Richards being for 42 years, but you're almost there yourself. The length of time that you've been around in their various capacity. Once you open the Christiansted office, will you still maintain some office location or services in the Frederiksted area?
Yes, we are relocating. We're strategically planning where we're going to relocate employees, not only to Christiansted, but to Frederiksted as well. And we're working on Frederiksted.
Okay, very well. And in the Christiansted office, I think you last reported during your budget cycle the acquisition of that building. What's taking so long?
We had to conduct inspections and walkthroughs and do some negotiations with the owner. But we've completed those, so we're just waiting right now for property and procurement and the owner, because they negotiate on our behalf, to just hand over the keys and close.
A whole year? If we can't get it done at the Lieutenant Governor's office, what's going to happen to the other agencies? A whole year it took for us to do that negotiation and get us to this point? Have you expended any amount of money towards the acquisition of this building so far?
Yes, Senator. We've
How much?
expended $100,000. That was a down payment that was required.
Okay, very well. Have you received any ARPA money or slated to receive any ARPA funding?
ARPA in terms of American Rescue Plan, not specifically, nothing directly. No, Senator.
Okay.
Not,
what about
direct,
other federal,
not directly.
What about other federal funds?
Other federal funds? What federal funds? We get federal grants for our VI SHIP program, as well as our GIS division received a hazard mitigation grant through FEMA, and also a grant through Housing Finance Authority. I guess that would be U.S. Department of Housing. And we also have disaster grants to Vitima.
Okay, thank you for that. Have there been any non-union increases to any exempt employee of the Office of Lieutenant Governor since your last budget cycle?
No, you go ahead.
You asked about exempt or non-union employees?
Yes.
No.
I didn't hear your response. I'm sorry.
No, there have not been.
Okay, very well. Thank you. Is all of your divisions currently automated?
Most of the divisions, let me see. pretty cadastral. We're going to be working on automating the cadastral services, hopefully in fiscal year 2024. Actually, all of the other divisions are automated.
And your online payment, is that currently and totally functional at this point? I know that you are having some glitches and some problems with it in the past. Is that fully working?
The tax division you're talking about, for the tax division?
Yes.
1 minute.
It is functional, but it cannot accept all credit cards at this time. Visa is what can be used. Other payments, persons would have to complete the credit card authorization form. We're still working with the vendor to address this. But in speaking with the staff, I've not received any complaints regarding persons using other cards. So it seems like Visa may be the mostly used card.
Yeah, we have American Express and all those others as well that that people utilize. So we need to make sure that we get that taken care of.
30 seconds.
And do you have a fallback system whenever there's a dysfunction within the tax office or the property office for online payment? What is your fallback?
Good day, Senator. Brent Laird, I'm tax collector. Could you please restate that question? When you say a fallback, what are you referring to?
Do you have an alternative if the
Time.
individual able to make their payment for whatever reason, maybe dysfunctional or some other glitch? Is there an opportunity for us to either go to the Department of Finance or some other entity so that we don't lose payment coming into the government coffers? What is the fallback?
Thank you for the clarification, Senator. If the online portal is not working, persons are still able to send in via email a credit card authorization form for which payments can be accepted via that means without them having to come into the office.
Okay, I know that we've been working with Department of Finance to have at least a fallback, where again we're not missing any payment, any form of payments by any glitches or any other means of faulty systems. And my final question in this round, I heard my time call, Madam Chair, is in respect to the insurance. I know that the Lieutenant Governor recently spoke about the insurance that will be made available to the Virgin Islands community. What is the next step in that, Attorney Carbine? What will happen in terms of making sure that this is actually implemented and is in place?
I'm going to defer to Attorney Matthew.
Good afternoon, Glendina Matthew, Acting Director, Division of Banking, Insurance, and Financial Regulations. That insurance coverage is currently in effect. Beginning May 1st, Optimum Global Insurance Company started writing individual health care in the territory. So persons seeking that type of coverage can go to Joe Brugos of Caribbean Risk and obtain individual health insurance coverage.
Very well, thank you. Thank you for your responses. I'll wait my second round for any additional questions.
Thank you, Senator Francis. So just piggybacking on Senator Francis's question with regards to the health insurance, the name of the company is what? Global?
Optimal Global Insurance Company.
And did we afford other entities to come into the Virgin Islands for this purpose?
Attorney Matthew can speak about all the efforts for years.
Yeah, we would, I mean, we want to hear, because when you have one person or one entity, then it comes across almost like it's a monopoly, if you will. So
yes, we for several years, I think about 3-4 years, we've been soliciting from other companies their interest to offer individual health insurance coverage. Unfortunately, many of those companies did not have interest or what they wanted to provide to the territory, we did not find was in the best interest of our community. So this was a company that provided coverage that we thought was better for the territory.
Okay, so let me ask you, so what is the cost of the health insurance? I know there are different tiers, but for the most part, could you just share with us what can individuals who are interested in obtaining health insurance, what are they in for?
It's different tiers. I don't have the actual number on me, but there's like 3 different tiers, standard.
So you have, is this inclusive of dental and
Yes,
health?
and it also includes the essential health benefits, which was one of the major stickler for us. We wanted to make sure some of the benefits that were afforded in the Affordable Care Act, even though it does not apply to the territory, was available to our residents in the territory.
So you don't have the rates? We are very interested in hearing what the rates are.
Senator, give me a second.
No problem. We'll move to the next senator, and you can, while you look for the information. Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon to the team from LGO. Thank you for a very comprehensive testimony and report this afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Chief of Staff, you mentioned in your testimony that the division has begun the process to work with each division to reorganize LGO and I guess updating the job classification and those things. By when are you estimating that that will be completed?
Hopefully by the end of the year, because there's so many, like I said, different divisions. Right now, we have a staff of 3 in our Division of Business and Financial Management to do, to service all the divisions. So hopefully by the end of the year, the aim is that by the time we report to you guys next year,
Again? Okay.
it's going to be done.
Okay, it'll be updated and similar to what we have in other government agencies, basically, right? You're trying to do that comparison. Okay, very well. Also, in page 3 of the post-audit report, let me pull it up. I noticed that for recommendations for FY24, in other services and miscellaneous, you don't have anything in that category as in prior years. So has that been moved to another line item, another category?
Other service, I'm sorry, you said other services and miscellaneous?
Other services and miscellaneous. Yeah, from the
Okay.
general fund and the post-audit report.
No, the other services would be accommodated by our other local funds. That basically was monies for rent. And the 50,000, that reflects an initial budget for refunds pertaining to property taxes. So again, the budget would have been placed on subsequently, and you're going to see how much refunds we process.
Okay. So the actual in those, I'm trying to see if you have them here. So did you use all of it?
For the refunds?
Yes, the refund portions.
Whatever we don't use, we put on 50 as an initial budget, and whatever we don't use, because it's general fund, it would lapse with the general fund.
Got you. With regards to, you mentioned also in testimony, what's the status with the Scion Farm Great House? And what are the plans with that?
Okay, Scion Farm Great House has been in the design phase we've been working with the architects and FEMA, and Office of Disaster Recovery. So we're really pushing and hoping to get that out and bid this fiscal year. So basically, that's the status now. The final information that was provided by the architects is under review by FEMA, final review, and ODR and LGO are working as a team to push that out for bid this fiscal year.
This fiscal year, okay. And I see you have a number of other properties that you're currently leasing on page 8 of the post
1
audit
minute.
report. You have the listing of those. Are all filled and being used?
Page 8.
Yeah,
You
your
have a-
annual, in the post audit report.
Okay. Some of us missing page 8.
So it's around $1.3 million in rent.
So what is the question?
If everything is being used, do you have anything that it's not
Everything-
being used?
everything
filled?
is being used.
Okay.
Um,
And what about the renewals? Because some of these have expired.
Okay, the renewals for King Cross.
30 seconds.
I think King Cross is actually expiring in
ending of
June,
this
the
month.
end of this month.
Mhm.
And
Lagoon Complex?
no, so I'm just saying that property and procurement is working with the landlord, the vendor, on that. What else I'm saying? Lagoon Street. Yes, Lagoon Street leases are expired. They've been expired. Property and procurement has drafted a renewal that they have submitted to us for sign off, and we're working through that process.
Very well. And with regards to, just in closing, because my time has
Time.
been called, there it goes. How did the auction that we recently had, how did that go on St. Croix? You provide some information, elaborate. What were the results and so forth?
Thank you, Senator. Brent Laird, I'm tax collector. Reminding you that we don't operate in a for-profit mode. The auctions were held for about $500,000 in taxes that were due to the government. Those taxes have been recovered. There were excess amounts that were bid on those same properties, which would not be going to the government, in excess of over $2 million.
In excess over $2 million. And in the fees that you collected, because there was registration fees, because you had a large turnout, you had to move from one location to another. So what was the collection on those fees?
About $17,000.
About $17,000. Okay, I'll let Madam Chair to continue. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. So you collected an additional $2 million.
Yes, Senator.
And where does that $2 million go?
That excess money would be held in escrow pending the 1-year redemption period. And at that time, it would be determined whether it goes back to the original property owner, or if the property was redeemed, it would be returned back to the winning bidder with interest at compounded at 1% each month from the time it was held.
Okay, so I'm at a loss. So we understand that there's that year period, but then you said, did I hear you say that a determination will be made after the year if the excess resources will go back to whom?
Well, if the property is redeemed, then if the property is redeemed, then the winning bidder receives their monies with
They get it back?
Yes.
Okay. And if it's not?
If it's not, then it goes back to the owner. The excess monies goes to the owner of record of that property.
But how that could make sense?
Can I have
help me to
Attorney
understand that,
McLean
please.
respond?
Because and the reason why I'm asking is because, so we have properties, there were people that attended the auction.
Yes.
So somebody may have owed, let's say, $20,000 in property taxes. And the property was auctioned off at $200,000.
Yeah.
So how is it that the property owners who did not pay their taxes still turn around and benefit? Is that in the law?
Yes, ma'am, it's in the law.
But how that can make sense?
It's in the law.
We can't operate as for profit. The
Right.
government can't operate.
You can't operate for profit, but then the money got to go into. We have housing challenges here in this territory. We have housing shortages.
Yes, ma'am. We only follow how the law is written, Senator. So if the winning bid would have started at the monies that are owed to the government of the Virgin Islands, if the bid was driven up and the winning bidder then won at 200,000, the government would collect the 20,000 that's due to the government. The rest would go into escrow and await to see what happens with the 365-day redemption period.
Right, we understand that part.
Yeah.
That's not the part that we have an issue with.
Yeah, the excess doesn't, we only collect on the taxes. We're only authorized by
So
law.
are you saying, I want to be clear, are we saying that the owner who are delinquent, if that property sells for $500,000 more than what was delinquent, they get the $500,000? That's what you just said?
I can let Attorney McLean.
Attorney McLean, please help us to understand this.
You had the same issue I had, but it's the law.
That's a big deal.
You have the same issue I have.
Yeah, so it not only is it our law in the Virgin Islands, but it is also an issue of the constitutional rights of property owners. So there's a recent case out of the United States Supreme Court, which is binding on every jurisdiction, which says that should any jurisdiction, any municipality, any locality, any territory keep those excess proceeds and remit it to their coffers, it counts as an unconstitutional taking under the Fifth Amendment of the United States of America. So yes, unfortunately, and our law has always been that way since it was drafted. So we are in line with this new constitutional precedent. So yes, in effect, we are brokers for delinquents. It's terrible and awful, but this is why the tax collector is now more aggressively moving forward with these final collection activities, because at some point we have to stop the bleeding. It is a lot of effort to take all that extra money and give it to a deadbeat, in essence. It's very disheartening, but we persevere. One day this will be a thing of the past. Right, Mr. Leardom?
That's correct.
There you go.
So we don't truly have a solution other than to aggressively address the outstanding tax obligations timelier.
It's best to do it that way. It's best to do it that way, yes.
I'm a little dumbfounded. I see that Attorney Williams Carbon is having the same issue.
I did.
We all had the same issue, Senator.
All right. Whoa. Senator James, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the Virgin Islands. Greetings, testifiers. I saw where for capital projects for FY 2024 is 0, and capital projects for FY 2023 was $80,000. So my question is, the $80,000 in FY 2023, those funds were expended, fully expended?
No, Senator. Those funds, we've identified that there's a need for a vehicle on St. John, and I think there's another vehicle that the Office of the Tax Assessor would be turning in that's no longer functional. We need to get another vehicle to replace that. So we will be getting a quote, an estimate to replace those vehicles once we get the permission from Property and Procurement.
So the original $80,000 in FY 2023 was not for infrastructure, it was for...
Under capital projects, you have machinery and equipment, which
Okay.
would also constitute vehicles.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Mhm.
And I'm assuming that you have funds left over, or all has been expended?
The 80,000?
Yes.
No, it hasn't been expended yet, but we anticipate we will be utilizing the majority of it.
Okay, understood. And for other services and charges for FY 2024 is at approximately $3.2 million. And in the post-audit report, it shows a variance of 619% from FY 2023. So I'm trying to follow here.
What page are you on?
I'll tell you one second. Da-da-da-da-da.
But basically, Senator, we have bumped up that particular area. Again, we're doing a lot of work now with our facilities territory-wide, and we see there's going to be a need to, there's some things that will be funded, let's say by FEMA, other things we have to fund as well. We're making
Well, you
moves.
said other things. Can you be specific?
Well, I'm just saying, like, for example, getting back to the Science Farm project, a portion of that will be funded by FEMA. And because remember, FEMA just tries to bring the structure back to the pre-disaster condition. But in our case, with those facilities that are historical, St. Croix 1700s, St. Thomas 1800s, but they haven't had any major renovations over the years, we need to bring them further along than just pre-disaster conditions.
And that was page 4 of the post-audit report.
Okay.
Okay. And I saw where you have land appraiser, 2 vacancies, assistant appraiser, 5 vacancies, building appraiser, 1, financial service examiner, 4 vacancies. I know it's affecting, that is affecting your operations?
Yes, it certainly is. Remember, we are just now able to start back to submit the personal requisition forms. So we have been sending PRS, which is short for personal requisition forms, every week to OMB, and we have sent and we received back approval. Yes, it has hampered our operations, so we're trying to bring more persons on board. At the same time, it was mentioned that we're in the process of restructuring, because I know Mr. Mills also has an interest in looking at perhaps positions that are more fitting for the division, like cadastral technician, he wants to see a structure where we eventually go to appraiser 1, 2, 3. So we're trying to work through all of that.
And is there training opportunities to help individuals? Do you have to do like a pre-examination to be qualified for these positions, or you have to have specific qualifications?
It's specific qualifications, and then there's training that's given by a professional organization.
Speak into the mic. Speak into the mic.
There are specific qualifications for
30
entering,
seconds.
and then there's training that's offered by the IAAO, is it International Appraisers Association, for when they get on. The reason we're creating the levels right now through the job reclassifications or job classifications is so we'll have somebody moving in. As they get more training, they'll be able to move up in the levels of appraisal, being able to be an appraiser. Those coming in new get the training, and they're able to move up and receive training and give training to the lower level.
And you could have speak directly in the mic. And the franchise tax auditor, I see you have 2 vacancies.
Time.
Currently, how many do you have?
How many
Franchise tax auditors.
Currently, we don't have any. That's one of the PRFs, the personal requisition forms, that we just received approval back from OMB. So we'll be pursuing that.
Franchise tax is very important.
Yes, very much so.
Okay, so please look into that.
And just for your information, IAAO is International Association of Assessing Officers, and that's an organization that our real property tax divisions, office of the tax assessor, they're members of, and that can help them with access to training, etc.
And Madam Chair, with your indulgence, I just want to inquire about the passport technician and the passport examiners. How many passport technicians do you have?
Passport technician is 1, and passport examiner would be, 2. I'm talking about the positions. If you're talking about actual bodies, the passport examiner is another PRF requisition form that we just received approval back. So we're going to be putting that out as well.
But here what I'm asking you, how many passport technicians you have, And how many passport examiners do you have?
In general, we have one passport technician
In which
position,
district?
but we don't have any right now. St. Thomas, St. John District.
And for the passport examiners,
We would generally have two, one in the St. Croix District and one in the St. Thomas, St. John District.
and my last follow-up question, I see both of them have one at 38,388 and one at 39,348. Which one is St. Croix? Which one is St. Thomas?
Okay,
For the
where you-
passport examiners.
Where you looking, Senator? I guess it depends on somebody at the entry-level step versus somebody who's been in a position a little longer.
And how and those passport examiners, the two that you have or whatever you have, how can you just break down how long they have been in those positions and when last they haven't had an increase?
Okay, well, right now, in terms of passport examiner, we have an employee on St. Croix. I don't know, she's been there a number of years. I don't have.
Give me a number. How many years?
I don't know, I'm looking. 15, about 15 years. On St. Thomas, the passport examiner, we actually have someone that had started and I guess it didn't work out, they left. So we're putting that position out again. In terms of increases for those positions are classified unionized, just like under our master agreement. And we have been working on the salary increases for all of our unionized classified employees. And as a matter of fact, we got through processing those NOPRs in the ERP, the government's financial system, and personnel is reviewing them. To go back to what Chief of Staff Carbon said, I think right now or this month, at least half of them should already see the salary increases reflected on their paychecks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My time was called. One thing I'm seeing with the LGO office, continuity, individuals staying there for a long period of time, please reward them. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. So you have like 4 buckets of funds that you collect on, correct? You have the corporation division of corporations, the tax assessors revolving fund, the record of deeds, and the financial services revolving fund, correct?
I'm coming.
And
About 5. I think
you have 5. Which one did I miss? The division of corp.
Probably Commissioner of Insurance Fund.
Okay, it's the commissioner. Say that again.
Commissioner of Insurance Fund.
And is that a part of your budget?
Yes.
Okay, so how much money do you generate in that annually?
For that fund?
On average?
Well, we generally, on average, would get about $3 million for that for salaries, wages.
Okay, so you use $3 million of it for salaries and wages. And how much do you generate, though?
Okay, we don't generate. I think perhaps Chief of Staff Carbon. No, what happens is it comes from the insurance guarantee fund.
You're speaking about the
Okay, so we have 1 second. Who do we have on Teams? Because we're hearing feedback. Please put your computers on mute. But while we're having that conversation, did Mr. Mills ever sign on?
I need to check.
Oh,
but-
there is Mr. Mills.
Okay.
Mr. Mills, please put your name and title on the record.
Good morning. Ira Mills, tax assessor.
And do we have anyone else that's on that did not put their name and title on the record? Okay.
He put
So
his name on the record.
it's just 2 people, correct?
Yes.
Okay, good. So please mute your devices when you're not speaking, because we're hearing it on this end. Okay, as you were saying.
So the Commissioner of Insurance Fund, it's capped at $3 million. It's a portion of the premium taxes collected by the Division of Banking, Insurance, and Financial Regulation.
So for the most part, you basically budget the majority of those funds for the operations?
Yeah.
Okay, understood. All right, and then you have the Division of Corporations Division Revolving Fund. And this year you're asking for 754,000 to be budgeted in that account?
Yes, I'm trying to find it here.
Speaking to the mic. 754.
Yes, correct. Yes, Senator.
And do you know what the last year number was? This fiscal year, 23?
It was about 700,000.
I asked the question because as we look at that particular revolving fund, we are seeing some $2.5 million in there. So, of course, we are looking for ways to make sure that we are able to balance our budget. So, is there any way that some of what we've budgeted or the recommendations for 24, can some of that be shaved off and placed and those funds be utilized?
No, Senator. This year we anticipate expending the majority, if not all of it, based on the contracts we have. We have some subscription licensing fees that have to be paid, and that fund will address it under the contract for their particular vendor.
Okay, so but your budget for the corporations division for FY 23 is 251. You have $2.5 million. There is an increase, I see that, in FY 24 of 336,000 more. So 590. So my basic question is, can we use a portion of that money to shave off the acts for your overall appropriated funds for FY 2024?
You're on page 3 of 15?
Correct.
And you're looking at which fund?
Corporations Division Revenue Fund.
And you're saying, I didn't follow what you were saying. Repeat that, please.
I'm basically asking, so your ask for the general fund is 7.5 million.
Mm-hmm.
Can we shave off, because I'm looking at this division of, I think I asked this question before, a few fiscal years ago. Can we, instead of only using 754.38 for FY 2024 for the overall Office of the Lieutenant Governor, can we utilize more of the funding that's available under the Corporation Division Revolving Fund? That's the question.
And again, my response, Senator, is no. We're looking at it is budgeted at 700,000, and based on the contract.
For what year? What year is it budgeted at 700?
I think it's about that for it's about that for 2023. And I'm saying right now we're getting prepared to pay some of the subscription fees for that particular fund.
Okay. Is there anything by law that's preventing us from utilizing those funds for what I'm suggesting?
I think there is. I can't speak
so
to
we're
that,
gonna
but I
look
think
at
there
that.
is.
We'll look at it. No problem. Because we are not seeing the 700,000 that you're referencing, and you asked, in FY 2022, you spent, based on the report, $96,000. In FY 23, we're seeing that your budgeted ask was 251,000. In 24,
I think we're looking at the wrong.
you're looking at 3. Yeah. Am I looking at the wrong thing?
I think so.
So where should I be looking?
I don't know.
Do you have page 3 of the post-audit report?
Yes, 3 of 15.
Okay, so where am I wrong?
For the corporation fund? Mm-hmm. Okay, so there's a 754 for 2024. Where you're seeing...
Wait. So okay, so I was only looking at a category.
Oh, okay.
So that's my bad. So let's go back. Agreed. So so you're right. So in FY 2022, 107,000. 23, you dropped that number down to 300,000.
No, that's the initial budget that went on. We've submitted additional to increase the budget to address those fees that I referenced.
Okay, but 7 and 7 is still 14. So, and you have 2.5 million. Right? So we'll look to see what clearly the law says as to whether or not we can move some of these resources away from here, away from the general fund. We are trying to figure out how to balance our budget, so we'll figure it out. But if it can be done, it can be done. But we have to look at all of our available resources, because you still have, even if you bump it up to 7, and because of your contracts, you still have $2.5 million. So that's $2.5 million without even collecting any money for fiscal year 24. And this report is as of, I suspect, March of 2023. So you still have additional collections. So I suspect that March of 23, we're in fiscal year 23, calendar year. So I suspect that at the end of the year, at the end of this fiscal year, you're going to see at minimum $3 million in our account. So, Chief Carbon, is there anything in the law, and we could look at it ourselves, that prevents us from moving away from, because basically what we're saying is, we got to look at the 2022 year, your actuals, and make a determination as to what we're going to do, because we have a lot of obligations that we need to meet for fiscal year. We have the fact that our rum cover over dollars are reduced significantly, so we have to figure out how we're going to make up these numbers for 2024.
Okay, we would have to.
Okay, so if it can be done, it can be done, but we have to really look and see what areas we can utilize to take care of this issue that we have. All right, colleagues, I guess we could do another short round or a burning question, but let me just ask about the VA SHIP Medicare program. So, how much money do you get in this program? Is that federal? You get federal funds for this, right?
Federal
Yes.
funds. Mhm.
So how much?
It varies.
This year?
Depending. It could be average of 60,000. But
Okay.
I'm saying it varies because I think we applied for some new grants this year in terms of assisting the customers in terms of mental health.
So you have someone that administers this program?
Yes.
Yes, Miss Shani Penny.
Okay, Ms. Penny. Okay, so I suspect that she works closely with the Human Services. Well, that's Medicaid and Medicare.
That's Medicaid.
Yeah.
Yes.
So what does this program really do?
It provides. I have Miss Penny in the chambers, but
she could come.
It provides outreach and education. Really, the programs, Medicare, it's federally administered, but the local agencies throughout the United States provide training and outreach. Notifying and counseling the beneficiaries on their options. But I can have Miss Penny.
She came.
Speak for.
So this is appropriately placed under the Office of the Lieutenant Governor? It just seems weird.
No, it's okay.
Insurance.
Yeah, so the Office of the Lieutenant Governor does. I know that you are the insurance lead of the territory, but then we have the GSC board, who's providing the similar services to our Cigna and our United Healthcare. Those that are covered by those insurance beneficiaries, rather, right? So I'm just trying to figure out if that's appropriately placed. Ms. Matthew, you could help me to understand now. Recognize the mic of the testifier, please.
Good afternoon, Glendina Matthew, Division of Banking, Insurance, and Financial Regulation. I think VI SHIP is a subsidiary under banking insurance, and the idea is we have a dual mandate. Not only do we regulate, we have a consumer protection component, which they carry out.
Okay, so let's hear from you what exactly your work entail?
Hi, good morning.
Put your name and title on the record.
Hi, good morning. Shani Pinney, VI Ship Director, and also the Medicare Coordinator. So 2 titles.
Okay.
So VI SHIP stands for the Virgin Islands State Health Insurance Program. We are a federally ran program. There are SHIP offices in all 50 states and U.S. territories. And the goal of the program is to educate Medicare beneficiaries, their caregivers, their families about Medicare, what their Medicare options are, to provide individualized counseling, to assist with complaints, and to also be known as the local Medicare liaison in the Virgin Islands.
So how do the individuals who are Medicare beneficiaries know that we have the VI SHIP program? I see you have public service announcements.
Yes, so I forgot to add on there that a large part of our office work is to do outreach events. So during these events, of course, they were not occurring due to the pandemic, but we began doing them again last year. We were at our first one since the pandemic was at the Cultural Food Fair for St. Thomas Festival. And then we also did some during open enrollment on all 3 islands. We were on St. Croix during their festival, and then we also did St. Thomas, and we have some other events in the future. We plan to be in St. John as well, too.
And how many people do we have in the Virgin Islands that are beneficiaries of the Medicare program?
The last count that I saw from CMS, the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services, was about 20,000 who are on Medicare and have addresses here in the Virgin Islands. However, those people, some of them may also live stateside as well.
And I ask that question because, so how many staffers do you have?
We have 3 on St. Thomas, myself, and then we have 2 part-time, and then we have 2 Medicare technicians on St. Croix.
So we are partially funding this then, because the grant is only giving you about 60,000 right now. Correct?
We are partially funding. We fund the employees, the full-time employees on St. Croix, and the grant provides for the part-time counselors and the director. We partially fund it.
So do you have like KPIs around this as to how many people you plan to service? Because I see that in 23, you've hit 470 individuals through in-person, telephone, and email, and 749. We got 20,000 people. So how are we really making a true impact in this program?
So the true impact is that when we do the outreach, we always hear that people are not aware there's even a Medicare office. Well, they're not aware of SHIP or that we are here to assist them with their Medicare coverage. And like I said before, CMS did give us that 20,000 Medicare beneficiaries who have addresses here in the VI, but a lot of them have actually relocated to the mainland, especially since the hurricanes Irma and Maria in 2017. So while we have that 20,000 number, we don't think it's a true reflection of people who actually live here in the Virgin Islands who are on Medicare. But, when we receive, inquiries, over the telephone, in person, or via email, we do record the beneficiary contacts. And then when we go out, we also get their names, and we count those towards the outreach contacts as well, too. So, yes, I do understand your question, but from speaking with CMS, we do really believe a lot of them, although they have because that 20,000, like I said, people who have the VI addresses, but most of them do live stateside. So we wouldn't be reaching them, during the outreach or in person.
All right. Well, thank you for your response. And it sounds like you do have a handle on what you're doing.
Thank you.
Absolutely. It sounds that way to me. Senator James, you're recognized for your point of inquiry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I can state my question correctly, I need to know your position again, because I'm trying to find it in the personal listing, or is that on a different thing? Because I see we have a VI Medicare coordinator.
So, yes. So the titles are VI SHIP Director. That's how the SHIP office recognized me. But I think locally it says Medicare Coordinator locally.
Okay, makes sense, because I was wondering how you have that and say we have a VA Medicare coordinator, because I was going to ask you, how do they coincide with each other? So can somebody clarify if VA Medicare coordinator is actually her position, somebody?
Yes, it is, Senator.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. That was my point of inquiry.
All right, colleagues, we're going to go to a burning question, and then we're going to wrap up. Let me just ask Mr. Mills quickly, though. Are we on schedule to send out our tax bills?
Senator, wait a minute. Where am I getting the
We can
feedback?
see you.
Okay. The bills are already issued. They're online, and the taxpayers should be getting their bills anytime now within the mail.
Okay. All right. And when are they due? Just remind us.
The first June 30th, and they do not pay additional penalties and interest until the end of August.
But it's June 30th and we ain't get a hard copy yet? My mother is 90. She don't crack no
Again,
computer.
Senator, there's a number of people who have already been paying because they are aware that they are online. And we have issued something to that effect saying that they're online.
When are you required to hit the mailboxes, Chief?
When are they required to hit the mailbox?
Yes.
Mr.
Mills, you can't say it's due on the 30th and we have not received the hard copy. We do not, there's nothing out there that says to us, you receive it via email. I mean, the month almost done.
So in the law, there's no...
One second, Ms.
In the law,
Attorney
the
Carmen.
date that's there is just the due date, June 30th. But again, like Mr. Mills is stating, it doesn't become, your taxes don't become delinquent until August 30th. So come September 1st, that's when they become delinquent. It doesn't have a specific date for sending out because we were.
So when are I sending them out? When are I going to send them out? That's the question.
They should be out today.
They're in the mail.
So people should expect them in the mail shortly.
Okay, your taxes, your property taxes are coming out today. All right. Okay.
Senator, may I respond?
Of course.
In regards to your question regarding the individual health insurance plan, there are three plans, the standard, essential, and superior.
Speak into the mic. We're having a hard time hearing you. The standard.
There are three plans, essential, standard, and superior. The rates are based on age, as well as underwriting. There are worldwide, including U.S., and worldwide, excluding U.S. There are also different deductibles, $1,000, no deductible, $1,000, $2,000, $5,000, $10,000 deductible. So depending on what age, what underwriting, as well as what plan you take will determine your rate. I can't necessarily say any particular rate because it's different plans based on your age.
So you have no deductible up to 5,000?
Correct.
Up to how much?
10,000.
Are we happy about that?
Yeah, because there's three plans. There's essential plan, there's standard, and there's superior.
So what does
then you have no
essential mean?
deductible. Essential offers the basic, then you have standard, which provides a little less coverage, and the superior provides the most coverage. I'm sorry, the essential provide the basic, the standard provide more coverage, and the superior provides the most coverage. So depending on what we wanted to do, make sure that there are different plans that different people can afford. Some persons may want to provide, for instance, there's the option of maternity as well as dental. Some people may want maternity coverage, some people may not. Depending on what you can afford,
So
you
can
may
you get
want
maternity under essential? I mean, Yeah, essential?
There's an option for maternity as well as dental. So if you want it, you can purchase it at a separate cost.
Okay, so we're not going to hear in the next couple of months that folks are complaining about the costs and the deductibles, et cetera. Because, it's wonderful to roll out a program, but I really wish that we had more information as to what this program looks like. And how does it truly work for, the uninsured here in the Virgin Islands? So it briefs well, but again, we hours in the dark. Where's the information?
Senator, this is what I would suggest. Individual interested in this coverage is to contact the agent who is providing this coverage. Because one of the reasons, when we had the press conference, one of the reporters said, well, why did you take so long to provide this coverage?
Absolutely, I agree.
Because of the fact that we were being particular in terms of having a plan that different persons can benefit from.
Okay, so let's talk about a range. Because you have to have, what's the cost of the basic, which is the essential?
Well, remember, it's
absent of the add-ons. Absent of the add-ons.
Remember, depending on the age, depending on the underwriting risk, you have to consider. You have to.
So age provides age definitely determines a risk, depending on how old you are.
Correct.
But the basic, just the people that are right in the no risk category, you have to have that category. You have to have it. What's the top? What's the bottom?
For instance, I'm going to give you an example. Like 0 to 17, 18 to 24, 25 to 29. These are all age banded. So it all depends on the age. It's
okay,
not,
yeah, that's fine. But give me the essential on the lowest tier. What does that number look like on the lowest tier? What does that number look like for the standard on the lowest tier, as well as the superior tier?
Okay, we're going to use 0 to 17, age 0 to 17.
Let's not use that one. We're using that one. Let's use the one in the middle. The 17 to what?
18 to
17 to
18 to 20.
Because remember, you got 0 to 17, 18 to 24, 25 to 29. Those are different banded, age banded. One of the things that the Affordable Care Act put in place is that there are certain rates that go with your age. So it's not like one rate.
Okay, we understand that. So let's talk about the working class. So let's talk about, you have something like 25 to what?
25 to 29? That's an age banded. So that is a rate. See, and this is what I'm saying.
So give us some numbers. We just want to hear what it look like. If you're 25 years old to 29 years old, what does this look like?
It could be anywhere from 6,000 to 2,733, depending on your deductible.
Can I just clarify here?
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Identify yourself, because we want to make sure the stenographers are having a challenge.
Okay, Dolaise McLean, General Counsel. So we're not a representative of the company, and this is a problem we run into all the time. We regulate this industry.
I understand.
They choose to come here to sell a product. They have done the market research, they've done the market studies. They know what they're getting into. No one else wanted to come. All the big boys, they didn't want to come.
The question I asked,
right, but it becomes important, because when you ask us things like, well, what should it cost?
That's not what I'm asking.
What are you asking?
The question that I asked is, when you decided, you know what, these folks are a go. Right. They had to give you some sort of a schedule. They gave you some information. Right. They gave you something.
Right.
They have something.
Right. So there are working numbers, but these are not set in stone. So you don't want to give the impression that somehow you're speaking on behalf of this company and what they're going to charge you.
And I don't think that we're suggesting that in any way. What I'm asking is...
So we want to be clear about that, right?
Yes.
We are very clear about that. And being clear depending on your age, depending on your deductible, you can anywhere from we have seen numbers anywhere from 2,000 to 10,000 for the year.
So that's what I wanted to hear.
Which is consistent with even what we pay
I
as
asked you to
employees.
defend what we pay.
Right.
I never asked you to
I
defend
know,
what we
but it's
pay.
comparable
We can't talk
to
at
the
the same
government
time.
insurance.
I'm not asking you to defend. I ask you a simple question. What is the range? You take me all the way wrong tongue to give me the range. And you had the range because guess what? No, let me finish. Allow me to finish. You had the range because if you're 17 to 100 years old, what is the range for 17 all the way up to 100 based on the essential, the standard, and you have the range. It was a simple question about what we... let me finish, please. What we do is we love to dance. I am not asking whether it's comparable to the governors, to the government's insurance. I never asked that question. That never even crossed my mind. But now it crossed in my mind. It never crossed my mind. All I'm asking for is what is it that our community is in for? 2,000 to 10,000. That's the answer.
And they could even go as high as 25.
Exactly. And I take me
I
all the way around Bodo, down St. John, over to St. Croix, just to tell me that. Wow.
Senator, it's not that simple.
Okay, wait. So for essential for someone 25 to 29, our range is from $6,009 to $2,733, depending on the
categories,
deductible as well as underwriting, whether they decide including USA, excluding USA.
So there's a lot of variables.
Correct.
I understand.
Correct.
I clearly understand.
Correct.
I get it, but we ain't trying to make any comparisons. We are not insurance experts in this room. You are. Okay?
We just wanted to make sure we were clear and didn't misrepresent.
All right, no problem.
The policy.
Our colleagues, a burning question. Senator Novelli Francis Jr.
Chair. I haven't heard from Ms. Denise Johannes for the day. Good afternoon, Ms. Johannes.
Good afternoon, Senator.
I wanted to ask, what's the status of the relocation of cooperation and trademark? Is that something still in the pipeline?
In St. Croix. Are you speaking about St. Croix, Senator?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, it's still in the pipeline.
What's the status on that relocation?
Okay, Senator, if I may respond. So we are going to be doing the phased approach. They're going to be relocated to the building. We have a building in number 35 Estate, Castle Coakley. I said we just did the electricals and we're building out right now, but they are going to be relocated to Estate, Castle Coakley, Christiansted.
What's the timeline on that, Attorney Carbon?
The build out hasn't taken place as yet, but we're starting to move persons again using the phased approach. We're hoping that between the end of the summer between the end of the summer and maybe October or so, we should have the move complete because we have started.
Can you discuss for the community as well as the employees the phase approach that you mentioned?
The phased approach is that we're going to move. It's not like on St. Thomas where we had to move everybody one time. We're going to move. All of our divisions are in different locations. So we're going to move it, use division by division.
Carbon, do you have any timeline? Do you have any timelines?
Timelines by the end of the year. I'll just say that because we have several divisions. We have several things going on. We're doing the build out now.
Is that a response out of your hat, or there is a plan in place that establishes this phase approach and a timeline?
There is a plan, And we have begun discussions with, we've already had, again, the electricals done. We already had the engineer go in and draw us the plan of how everything is, all the divisions are going to be set out. So it's just a matter of doing the build out now and moving everyone in.
I'll move on from there. But, you know, again, when we ask these type of questions, not just for us, it's for the community as well as employees. You know, we can't just expect to appear before these hearings, you know, have these discussions, and then there is no level of accountability, no KPIs, nothing that we could hold individuals to. I'll wait until I'm acting lieutenant governor and then ask the questions or demand an action plan.
All I could say, Senator, is we successfully moved the divisions on St. Thomas. It's a larger task on St. Croix again because we have divisions spread out across the island, and we want to have presence in both the town of Christiansted and Fredericksted. So the planning is more detailed than it was on St. Thomas. But we are going to have it done.
Congratulations on the move on St. Thomas. We can't wait for it to happen on St. Croix as well. Cadastral, there's only 2 employees. Do you intend to expand that office?
Cadastral.
Mr. Mills.
Could you repeat the question?
Senator,
Yes.
I'm not seeing him.
Could you
Senator
repeat
Francis
the
is trying to finalize his question. What was your question, Senator?
I simply asked, in regards to cadastral, if there is any expansion of the 2 employees that they have in cadastral currently.
On St. Croix, in general, Senator, I think I recall previously Mr. Mills had provided some information where, for example, he wanted to also have a public surveyor on the island of St. Croix. He's thinking in terms of succession planning, transitioning. There were some other positions he had asked for. I don't remember the title right now off the top of my head, but he certainly had an interest.
Mr. Mills here, you know.
Oh, okay. But I just wanted to start that. I didn't see him.
Yeah, but you answered the question. He's asking if there has been an expansion.
No,
Yes
I thought
or
he
no?
said there's a plan for expansion.
No, he wants to know if what happened, if anything occurred, because we're looking at the 24 budget, and do you have any new positions in your 24 budget?
Mr. Mills, he'll answer. I thought he said a plan for expansion. My apologies.
Mr. President, you can wrap up.
I have no further questions. It's obvious that when you ask these questions, if individuals are running all around the merry bush to answer it, there's no real plan. You come before this body, you come with a plan, and when you find every reason to come up with the rationale, reason, and rhyme excuses, then we don't truly have a plan to provide to this community. I'm truly embarrassed and dissatisfied with the response. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Mr. Mills, do you have a response to this? Because
the short answer is yes, because we do need additional person in St. Croix for the cadastral unit. We do need an additional person, or even more than one, on the St. Thomas offices. And as Chief Carbon has outlined earlier, we're not just trying to fill the position as, let's say, an administrative or engineering aide. Those titles do not serve us in terms of what we do now. And so what we're looking towards doing is looking at the IWO for guidance in terms of what set of skills you should have in a cadastral office, and forming the positions that would in fact show those skills and the training that would go along with them, so that people can advance. One of the problems that we have in situations like this is that you hire somebody and they cannot move unless somebody above them moves. They cannot get educated in their specific area.
We're no longer hearing you, Mr. Mills.
Point of information.
Senator Francis Jr., recognize your point of information.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. You know, there's a lot of work being done in speaking to expansion of the housing market. You know, we talk about the VI slice, we talk about all these other issues and things that we're trying to provide to our community while our government employees are leaving government because of lack of home ownership and lack of efforts. It takes almost 6 months to be able to get a map approved in the cadastral office or get that information out. Our insurance and everyone else is complaining about these type of situation. You know, today you asking these questions, the question is not for me. The question is based on calls that's coming into my office, text messages I'm receiving in regards to what's happening here in our community. So I'm just hoping that we could get a better handle on this, you know, so that we could provide a response to our community. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Francis. I'm going to allow Ms. Attorney Carbon to respond because we don't see any new ask in. I agree with you that, you know, we tout in VA Slice and we tout in all of these new programs, but I don't know how we're going to get it done if we don't have the employees on the ground to do the work. So let's hear from you, Ms. Carbon, because there's no new ask in the FY 2024 budget.
Okay, I'll start off along the lines of what Mr. Mills was saying. We did solicit the assistance of the professional organization IAAO to come in and do an assessment of the tax assessor's office to determine things like staffing needed based on the population, the needs of the population. They did do a study, and we are reviewing that, and that's a part of the job reclassification that we're doing to determine what is needed, what else is needed to get the staffing levels, the service levels to what they need to get to.
So, but we have an immediate need. So while you are doing a reclassification, you're having what you're basically saying, and that's a year out, correct? That's another fiscal year out. So we're having a 2025 conversation. Because what we have in front of us today, you have some vacancies. I mean, you could repurpose them, of course. You could repurpose your vacancies.
That is what we'll do.
So, but based on your need, you know, so are you looking to, I think how much vacancies I see in here? You have a number of vacancies in this budget. So you're looking at your vacancies and you're looking to do some repurposing?
Yes, that's part of the whole reorganization of the office.
And when do you anticipate completing that?
I said that by the end of the year, we've started. We have to rewrite and update all of the classifications across the divisions. So by the end of the year,
But all divisions are not experiencing the same thing, so you have to do it based on priority. Do you agree?
Yes.
So are you intending to complete everything all at once, or you're doing it based on priority? Because I agree that the cadastral office, there is a challenge there. So are we doing it based on the priority, or we're doing it based on the entire office of the lieutenant governor? I mean, everybody's a priority in their mind, but I'm talking about what needs to happen so the services can be provided to the people.
We had looked and thought about doing it as a whole, but we will look at the prioritize, because we also have a need in the tax collector's office as well.
So, you know, you look at it that way. If there's a need, then we could have the conversation later down. But I believe that if you look at a whole entity at the same time, then you're talking about pushing this out and then services are not being provided. I mean, we had complaints all the time. So I'm glad that the senator actually brought it up. Senator Carrion, you recognize. I think Senator Francis had like 3 minutes, so we're going to do 3 minutes so we could wrap this up, okay?
No problem. I could do less. Yeah, I had a few questions in regards to the professional services contracts on page 7 of post audit report, especially the last one. I don't know if this is a mistake from our office because it says unknown pending, and then there's a 2 million figure.
I can speak.
That have to be a mistake because it is not included in the total.
The mass reappraisal, I'm not getting. What's the? Oh, okay.
You have the post audit report?
Yes. Okay, that's the first year cost for the mass reappraisal. It's of over a 5-year period.
So that's over a 5-year period.
Yeah.
So that's okay, 5-year period, and it's for 2 million.
No, that's the first year.
The first year was 2 million.
The first year is that amount.
So when does it expire?
We don't need to call it out. Thank you.
Right now, we're still we're working with P&P to solicit a vendor, so it hasn't started yet. The end of the 5-year period would be from the time of starting, which we hope to start probably within this fiscal year.
Okay.
So it'll be what, 24, 5, 6, 7, 8, 2028.
1 minute.
Okay. All right. So that was appropriated in the budget for 2023.
24.
So that's coming now in 2024.
Yes. Well.
Help me out.
We have it for 20. It's for 24. 24.
24. So it's not included, but it's not included in the total here because the total we have here for professional services. So is it budgeted within 2024? But okay, what I'm seeing
30
here is for
seconds.
2023. Got you. And with regards to e-ring software solutions, that's the same. E-ring software solutions. We have 2 contracts.
Time.
E-ring is the property tax. Go ahead and answer.
So E-ring is the vendor who does the property tax assessment, the daily work that we do to send out the bills that you're expecting and getting all of that assessment info on there. And they also do the collection piece. I think that's a typo there when it says mass appraisal system. It should be just the regular assessment system.
Assessment system. Okay.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Carry on. Senator James, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As far as your personnel, do you have or do you keep track of the individuals who are eligible to retire in those very critical positions? And do you have those numbers? No?
We would have to request them.
Okay. The reason why I'm asking about that, and I salute the governor with the fellows program, but of course we have to make sure in government there is some level of continuity. And I know some individuals, and I want to publicly thank them, they hold on for the greater good to make sure that this government continues, but we at some point we have to make sure that we have succession planning and to make sure that there's a brighter future for individuals like myself who wants to be in government and they are qualified to do the job. So I guess at a later time through the chair, I would like to request those numbers for individuals who are eligible to retire within the Lieutenant Governor's office. And that's a good question, and I want to give credit. My colleague to the left of me from St. Croix ask about the involvement of students from the Fellows Program in the Lieutenant Governor's office. Any involvement?
No.
Reach out to them. Because y'all deal with numbers on a daily basis. You never know, they might be the future land appraiser, franchise tax auditor, and the list goes on.
We've inquired. I guess they had the pilot program. We were not included in that, and we have had discussions with them about it. So we'll have further discussion with them about it.
Yeah, man, pull up your boss. Tell him, listen, we need those programs in there. But that's my main concern, continuity and making sure that as we thank you all for being here for such a long time, that we create opportunities for young Virgin Islanders to be able to learn the job. Of course, this is not no field trip. They have to work, but making sure that we create those learning environment and opportunities. With that said, thank you, Madam Chair. It was a great meeting today. I was expecting the room to be filled, but we leave that for next time. God bless the Virgin Islands.
Thank you. No comment on that, Senator. I have to agree with my colleagues that, these are young individuals who have degrees in business, accounting, finance, and the office of the Lieutenant Governor office is a major driver of the revenues that we receive in the territory. So I am very concerned that we don't have any students, they're not students, any graduates that are providing support to the Lieutenant Governor's office. That's something that, we deal with different branches of government or something? I mean, I don't understand. I'm sure that OMB is listening because they should be tuning into all the hearings, but definitely those young people can definitely provide. We've met some of them, and they're very brilliant young people. They could definitely give you a good leg up on some of the stuff that you have to get done. But we're going to have to close this meeting because I'm about to be done. I'm struggling here because I'm not feeling so well, but I have one question, and then we're going to wrap up. In your testimony on page 10, you made a reference to the island addressing, the national address database, and you said that you're looking forward to the completion. But when can we see? When? What kind of timeline? We have a lot of, like I say, it always briefs well, but timelines are important so we could see where we're going. So do you have some timeline? Mr. George is still on, but do we have some kind of timeline as to when we anticipate actually truly seeing that St. John will be completed?
Really and truly, we're ready to go, but we're waiting for...
You have to speak up just a little bit.
Really and truly, we're ready to go. Mr. George is ready to go. He can speak more to that, but we're waiting for the release of funds.
What does that mean?
Mr. George, you want to elaborate?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Chris George, Administrator, GIS Division, Project Manager, Street Adjusting Initiative. So as the Chief put on the table, we have been ready to go for a while now, but we're going through the process with the Housing Finance Authority and their hurdles that we have to jump over to get this funding out of them.
So what kind of money are you talking about?
It's 5.06 million that we have through our already existing agreements.
So that coming through HUD?
Amended. Say again?
That's coming through HUD. It's HUD funding.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
So you submitted all of your documentation?
Yes. So we're pretty straight on all our documentation. We are very expedient in all the requests that they put on the table. So you might want to pose that question to them when they're in front of you.
Okay, so when you say you're ready to go, you're ready to roll out or you're ready to engage in the contracts? I'm not sure what I mean.
So as far as the Lieutenant Governor's office, we've put in the milestones in the contract with Housing Finance Authority of everything that needs to be in place. One of the first pieces of the puzzle is expanding the territory's geospatial platform. That is one of the first funding requirements that the Office of Lieutenant Governor has put on the table. So we're waiting for that piece. That piece allows us to build out the entire network of the street addressing project. So we're still waiting on that first initial piece.
How long we having this conversation?
A long time, Senator.
Yeah. I mean, I guess that's where the frustration continues to lie as we have these discussions. You know, we just hear the same things over and over. And as we look at a lot of those agencies, they're just so staffed up. But we're not sure what's really happening. I know you have to wait for the federal government to release the funds. But we got to get these
put on
things
the table, the
moving,
Lieutenant Governor does have, our office does have the track record of the 3 and 4 previous phases that we completed pretty quickly. So it's not like we don't know what we're doing,
we have
or
to-
this is our first time out the gate. So
Yeah, we gotta get this moving. It's just, I mean, everywhere you go, every conversation you have, is the very same thing that, you know, things are just not moving, and that's what creates the frustration.
You know,
I mean, I'm not in there on a daily basis, so I can't speak to what's happening, but we gotta get some movement on these things.
We thought initially, once we did what was required on the local level, it'd be okay, but now we're being told that there's another level to that. So,
Yeah, well, that's another way that the federal government is, you know, in control of what we do, of us. So that's why we, you know, we're talking status earlier. We really need to get to that status conversation, because all of this is just becoming very frustrating, and we have to wait. You're ready to pull the trigger. You're waiting for the dollars. So things are not moving like we expect them to move. But I think we've exhausted our discussion today. If we have any other follow-up questions, we will definitely reach out to your office to get the additional information as we build the budget for 2024. So we'll allow you to make a quick closing, and then we're going to, the meeting will end for today.
Can we put the number for the agent for the individual healthcare
course.
insurance company on record?
Advertise for them.
Good afternoon, Glendina Matthew, Division of Banking and Insurance. You can call Optimum Global, and the managing agent is Mr. Joe Brugos, and his number is 340-774-2323, or via email jbrugos, BRUGOS, at crgvi.com.
All right, and that's on, where's the office located?
In St. Thomas.
In St. Thomas. So there is a brick and mortar in St.
Yes.
Thomas. All right, okay. Attorney?
So we thank you again, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to present this testimony on behalf of the Office of the Lieutenant Governor for our FY 2024 budget request. We'd like you to keep in mind that we do offer a lot of services and we do collect a lot of revenues. And to do this, we do need sufficient funding. We do rely a lot on the local funding, but we also need some assistance from the general fund. You know, to pay vendors. We have a lot of vendors. We're almost, you know, fully automated. We have different leases going on. I'm sorry for the frustration to Senator Francis, but as you stated, sometimes there are frustrations. Some things are outside of our control, and we are trying to do a lot with a small staff. In all the divisions, we're understaffed, including the Division of Business and Financial Management. And so we'd like you to consider, give all due consideration to our request. And we also would like to ask, I do see why you put us on the same day with the governor's office, but we would ask that you consider next time putting us where we usually lie, because we have a lot of things going on in June. You see Miss Johannes's eyes so red? This is her month for collecting those franchise taxes and stuff, so we would ask you to consider when we make the request for our date to
So let me just share with you. So this year, we are not going to be in this institution all the way down to the end of August having a budget hearing. We just can't do it. It's too much. So we intend to wrap up this budget by the first week in August. So we have to adjust to change in the whole day. How long you been here? We try and get you out 2 hours. 2 hours. It's not the entire day. So we have to make adjustments as we operate as well. So we're not and the other thing is, and all of us have experienced this before, where we've experienced storms, hurricanes, and then we end up not having a budget. So we need to know the climate that we are in. Things are changing in our environment. So we're wrapping up our budget by the first to second week in August. We go to markup, and we're going to be done with this. Because, my colleagues, we work year round. We do. So, and you hear me up here struggling. We had meetings all week. So we understand. But we only asking for 2-3 hours, 2.5. Your office is easy. That's it. So we can't promise you that one. We can't. We cannot promise you that. I mean, at least not while I'm sitting as a chair, because I just want to move the budget forward, get the information, plug in the numbers, and have something for the people of the Virgin Islands in a timelier fashion in the event that there is a natural disaster, which we pray that we don't see natural disasters in the Virgin Islands. Okay. So thank you for being here. We appreciate your responses. All of us have work to do. We understand. And there's just, you have your frustration, we have ours. But I believe that for the most part, you're on the right track, but you didn't ask for any new positions. So if you believe that you need new positions, based on the conversation that we had today, please share them with us so we can see how we can assist. But we cannot, continue to talk about the housing crisis and what we're trying to do around housing development, and then we have those issues in the cadastral office, as well as stamp taxes. You just name it. They're challenges, and we know that they are. Okay? All right. The Committee on Budget, Appropriation, and Finance for today is hereby adjourned.